Benvidas ao primeiro encontro sobre ciencia.
Welcome to the second meeting about science and technology. We're going to speak about biopolitics, technology and health. We're going to welcome Viviana Campos, Senem Barro and César de la Fuente.
Hola, buenos días.
Good morning and welcome to this new session of Sunday. I'm the host. My name is César de la Fuente. I'm a professor at Pennsylvania University, USA, and it's a great pleasure to be here today with Professor Senem Barro and Professor Campos, who is online, I hope. So I'm going to start by making a brief introduction about the speakers. Professor Viviana Campos is the chief editor of the journal Chemical and Engineering News, and she's the vice president of CNN Media Group of the American Chemical Society. Professor Campos has a degree in chemistry by the University of Santiago, and she's a doctor in chemistry by the Manchester Metropolitan University. I also have Professor Senem Barro, who is the director of CITIUS, which is a unique center for research into smart technologies. He has a doctorate in physics, and he used to be director of the University of Santiago from the age of 39, which is quite impressive. He also received the National Award for the Scientific Computing Society of Spain. So welcome to both of you. It's a great pleasure to have you both here. It's an honor also to be hosting the 7th stage on health, biopolitics and technology. We are going to hold a conversation between the both of you, and then there's going to be 15 minutes for Q&A from the audience, so as to make it more interactive. So we're going to start with Viviana. Viviana, you are the chief editor of one of the most prestigious journals in the world of chemistry and engineering. Actually, I read it every week. I get it in my mailbox and I receive it every week. So what is the influence that chemistry is going to have to make in the next decade, in the whole year? Good morning, and thank you for reading our journal weekly. It's amazing to find your fans across the world. Good morning to the audience, and apologies because I cannot attend, but unfortunately they are difficult times right now. With regard to your question, chemistry is hugely important. In my journal, we're about to celebrate the centennial in 2023. And like the English say, we go from strength to strength. We are getting stronger, we are increasing the number of readers. And I think that's because chemistry, or at least chemists believe that chemistry is the core subject, because it's right between physics, mathematics, environmental sciences, biology, medicine. So it plays a very fundamental role, and this is how we look at chemistry, as the core science. Nevertheless, there are some very interesting initiatives, such as Sustainable Development Goals, put forward by UNESCO in 2015, bringing together heads of state, presidents, personalities from the UN, etc. They gathered in New York with the purpose of looking for solutions to all these problems, which are global. And they decided to create 17 goals. So if you read the goals, chemistry is central in order to solve many of these issues, like clean water. This is fundamentally the job of chemistry, to purify water. Action for climate, obviously generating affordable energy sources, renewable energy sources, solar panels, which are effective. As we know, health and welfare, the example of the COVID, and how it was feasible to develop a vaccine, thanks partly to chemistry, zero hunger. There are so many things that we can do, such as fertilizers, pesticides, which are created by chemical industries in order to kill crop diseases sustainably. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So chemistry has always been at the center of many sciences, but when you have the context, the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals, we are always at the center of most solutions. Thank you, Viviana. It's true that chemistry plays a key role, as you said, in the case of the vaccine that carry messenger RNA rather. They are made possible thanks to chemistry. And now from chemistry to artificial intelligence, a question to Senen. Machines are capable of developing more and more tasks, some of them very specific, and they are able to perform those tasks better than human beings. So there are positive connotations, but also negative ones, for instance, endangering employment. So how do you believe that smart automation and artificial intelligence are going to have an impact on work as we know it? Before answering your question, I'd like to take some time for thanking the organizers for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here with both of you. And I also congratulate the organizers because of the format that you have put together. Mixing people from so many different fields is what needs to be done, particularly in research and in life. So congratulations on that. Also, I became a rector when I was 39, which is all very well, but that belongs to the past. I wish I was as young as you and to have my whole life ahead of me so as to live and do research. It's also hard to know in detail how work is going to change as a result of automation, and in particular smart automation. But we are going through that. Not everything is speculation. There are some well-known facts. For instance, we are not automating occupations. We're just automating some tasks. This is important to know because people say our children, or in 10 years' time, our children will work in jobs that do not exist nowadays. Well, maybe in some cases, but in general, no. It's not true that 2 out of 3 jobs or 75% of all jobs are going to go. This is not true. However, these jobs will be performed differently. Moreover, a few years ago, in the USA, they were revising the census of occupations, which was in force from the 19th century. And out of those 270 occupations, only one had disappeared as a result of automation, which is elevator caretaker. This had disappeared. And I used to travel to Latin America, and in Mexico there is still people taking care of, managing the elevators. So artificial intelligence leads to automation, and we have moved from automating systematic manual tasks. For instance, there are factory robots which weld, assemble, hammer, etc. And so through time, more cognitive, systematic tasks have been automated, and expert systems, for instance, those that give you a bank loan or reject your bank loan, And then other less systematic tasks became automated. First, manually, the robots that operate in the field, such as exploration robots, farming robots. But now more cognitive tasks are being automated, such as, for instance, text writing for documents, for news, or even creative texts that actually help writers. I'm going to send Domingo Villar an automatic text that I made the other day for a class with my students. So what we cannot stop is automation and the impact that automation has on work. Nowadays, one half of all work will be made by machines and the other half by people. So I think this percentage is going to grow in favor of machines in the future. And nowadays, for instance, the World Economic Forum has reviewed the latest accounts. They carry out a biannual report, and in the revision of the accounts that they made during the pandemic, they realized that this automation was accelerated, and they decrease the estimate for the creation of new jobs up to 2025, and they also increase the percentage of unemployment derived from automation. However, there is still a positive relationship in the sense that more jobs are going to be created than those that are going to disappear. 97 million are going to be created and 85 million are going to be lost. So we could fall prey to believing that everything is all right because there is a surplus of 12 million jobs. However, these are not distributed equally among countries and even inside the same country. They are not distributed equally among activity sectors, and very few of those who become redundant because of automation will be fit uh, to qualify for those positions which are going to be created as a result of CITs. So actually governments should take care or should at least be worried about how to anticipate a problem that is coming up very shortly. And I think there's only three main ways. One, education and training from from childhood throughout your whole life. Next, social policies, both with regard to creating social networks that are going to support those who become unemployed, and at the same time creating new jobs. For instance, this could be related to environmental commitments or taking care of people. And thirdly, what I call the innovation, which is a type of automation which is not done just with saving costs, but which is designed around innovation. So in the end, you are creating wealth, but also by making employment and supporting employment, because workers are useful, because even if they're not experts in information and communication technologies, they will be experts in working, which is also an asset. Well, some people feel afraid of this brave new world, which is maybe mastered by machines, by artificial intelligence. So it's important to hold this kind of conversation so as to generate an atmosphere of trust and knowledge about the future and focus on what we can do in practice. So maybe the next question goes to both of you. We all know that a tiny virus has ruled our world and has possibly changed our world forever. So how do you both think that the pandemic is going to restructure the set of scale, the scale of values that we all have? And what do you make of the next 5 years coexisting with the COVID-19? Will it become endemic like the flu virus after the 1918 virus, where 50 million people died from influenza? So what do you make of the future with regard to the pandemic and its impact on the next few years coexisting with the virus? Maybe Viviana, would you like to say something? Yes, it's a very good question and also a hard question because forecasting it's difficult, but I don't know how our values are going to change. We can see right now, and well, I experience that because it's a problem I have to solve, which is the idea of the great resignation. The great resignation. Some people believe that their lifestyles, their work, I mean, because most of us have been working from home for a year and a half. Now children are back at school. However, many people are resigning themselves to that, and others are reconsidering their life-work balance, for instance. So, as a very basic level, at personal level, many people are reconsidering those values. But at global level, I think it's going to be interesting to witness what's happening in the next few years, because things keep on evolving, things keep on changing. It is possible that at medical level we can develop antivirals very soon. Okay. So it's very likely that the virus becomes endemic, like flu. So something that we have to live with. So we get the vaccine every 6 months. It's possible also that in the next 5 to 10 years we will develop more robust vaccines that require fewer boosters. Let's see. Let's see what happens. We still don't know. However, this has changed our life. It will continue to change our lives, but it's interesting to consider the example of the HIV virus, which was discovered in 1981. HIV still does not have a vaccine, but there are many successful antivirals, and people who have the HIV virus can have a reasonable quality of life. There are prevention measures, uh, there are treatments, long-term treatments that can be taken. We know how HIV works, how it is transmitted. We can improve the quality of life of HIV carriers. So I suppose that COVID is going to probably work similarly. It's going to be there, so when kids get their vaccination schedule, it will be part of the regular vaccination schedule. And also the same goes for the elderly. It's going to be one part of the vaccination kit, just to remain healthy. But what I'm most worried about is what happens after the COVID. Because right now we're fighting the COVID, but what's the next pandemic that is coming up? And from that point of view, international organizations really must have protocols, robust protocols and plans to fight any pandemic. Because, well, this one, the COVID pandemic, really came all of a sudden upon us. So I think we need to invest a great deal of effort and funds in research. And governments have to do this. And they should be worried, just like Senen said. Just like you said, Viviana, the pandemic has exposed, or rather has highlighted, the importance of science and the role it plays in our society. So what could you suggest to any government in order to, draw an action plan? What type of funding would be necessary to be better prepared for the next pandemic? Senem, what do you think? Well, about the previous question, I cannot make assessments about the impact of the pandemic on society, on the economy, or even on the health system. But some things are going to change. For instance, I was talking about the automation, and in general, everything which is tele-education, telework, telecommunications, all of those things are accelerating. Maybe they are accelerating as fast as a decade, and this is going to remain, with pros and with cons. However, I really doubt that it will entail a change in societal values. What we said at the beginning, all of us, this is going to make us better. I sincerely do not believe so. It's not just that I'm a pessimistic person. I'm rather optimistic, but we have not come here to praise our work individually. So I think we should keep on warning about some things. Actually, I do not believe it. And before the lockdown, as we were talking about yesterday, there was a book presentation of a friend, amigo, Antiveros. Sandra was there too, and we were talking about it, and we could never imagine what was going to happen. Later on, I spoke to Emilio, and his book was talking about that, and we discussed the impact of a pandemic like this on changing the objectives of companies, governments, society, making us better humans, as if to say. And there are no hints that they have changed at all. I don't even think that at the level of science, this is going to change things radically. Actually, I can see that in some countries, somebody told me yesterday, the pandemic has actually changed the university systems, and many of the students coming from abroad have been lost in many countries. So temporarily, this has generated financial problems for those universities. So what did they do? They strengthened or reinforced the criteria with regard to profitability of science, monetization of scientific results, etc. So they are basically forcing you to do research into those fields that are going to make a return on the investment for the university, for the institutions, and for the countries. And I do not like that. Obviously, you need to worry about the main problems of society. You need to find solutions for those. But if you do not have a long-term vision, and if you are not willing to invest in basic science, the vaccines will not be feasible, or education will not improve. And one last topic, and actually maybe I just didn't answer your question. It doesn't matter, but I'm getting ideas. So at the start of the pandemic, people kept asking me, to what extent will artificial intelligence be final so as to fight the pandemic? And well, at that point in time, because I just had to guess, because I had no way to actually prove it. So at that point in time, I insisted that probably artificial intelligence will not be so fundamental as many media and researchers state for the pandemic, for the COVID pandemic. However, it could be useful for the next pandemics. Because if we can compile data, if we can share them, if we can develop new strategies and check out what is working and what is not, probably we will have a very powerful tool in order to tackle the next pandemic and the next few pandemics. And let's just hope that those pandemics happen from time to time and not all in a row. Viviana, I'd just like to add to that I completely agree with Senen's words. Actually, we were so lucky because during this pandemic, we achieved a vaccine in record time, but this was just by chance. So we should be thankful every day, because maybe in the next pandemic it won't be made so fast, because we actually achieved a vaccine in less than 1 year, which is unprecedented. So maybe the next time we will not be so lucky, and maybe we can just witness the number of fatalities increasing. So we need to be ready that maybe the next pandemic could even be worse. Totally. Yes, we must be so thankful for all the biotechnology that is available. In this case, the messenger RNA vaccine that was available. So you know that the average conventional period for developing a vaccine is 10 years, and we have managed to shorten that period to 1 year so as to get people vaccinated as fast as possible. At the same time, during the pandemic, we have seen inequality at its worst. 10 countries bought 75% of all vaccine doses, and nowadays there are some countries where not even 5% of the population has got their first shot. In Spain, we are so lucky because people are already receiving the third dose. The same goes for the USA, where I'm living. But I think we have to reiterate that there is some very brutal inequality in this world. Senang is a bit pessimistic, but I hope that we will be strengthened by this, and we will be able to add to our set of values such as generosity and compassion. I don't know what you could do so as to implement it, but it's just an idea that I wanted to throw. Another thing that I would like to touch upon is the following: the epidemiological crisis that we are going through is not just about an infectious disease, it's also a mental health crisis. So I would like to know your ideas about how to help, or how could artificial intelligence help in mental health issues, and what can we do as a society to escape the mental health tsunami that we are experiencing. By the way, do you know why I am an optimist? Because I believe that young people have better principles and values, probably self-learned, because you didn't get them from your parents, I'm afraid. So I hope you remain on the good path. I don't know what to say, Cesar, because I'm not into... I know about artificial intelligence, but not about its limitless applications. I know, and I have made some collaborations in the field of health and also of mental health. My perception as a citizen, not as an expert, and because I listen to the experts, my perception is that one of the sequelae of COVID-19 is mental health problems. It is exacerbating all of the mental health issues that people have, and even triggering new mental health disorders in young people. So artificial intelligence can help people in any field, because information and communication technologies undoubtedly are completely universal. They are everywhere. Everything is touched by artificial intelligence somehow, and usually in a positive way. However, artificial intelligence has many layers of competence above the ICTs, which is about prediction, capacity, problem solving, etc. So undoubtedly, as we keep on developing applications, as we keep on enhancing the technologies in the field, and as we work hand in hand with the experts, because we cannot replace, for instance, mental health professionals. We just accompany them in their work. I began 30 years ago writing my dissertation on artificial intelligence applied to medicine with cardiologists. And to me, the hardest part was not learning the algorithms and making the machine work. The most difficult part was understanding the language of cardiologists and for doctors understanding my language. So until we put together, a jargon of knowledge that we could communicate with, we couldn't make progress. And I think that's the main challenge with technologies. This is not magic. You cannot just sow the seeds and then everything will work out magically. In order for the algorithms to work properly, to be efficient and efficacious, we need the real experts in each field. And those people at the same time must be capable of understanding at least one part of the computer language. So I don't know what to say, but undoubtedly mental health is not unique in the sense that there are many other fields that are being impacted by that. My lab, which is a science lab, is highly multidisciplinary, so we have people from physics, from microbiology, from chemistry, from computer engineering, from many different fields, and often my work is to be a translator. I have to translate the language of chemistry into the language of physics so that people understand each other and they can collaborate productively and they can carry on with the project. So my job is actually translating, making people understand each other so that we understand the common mission of the team. Otherwise, we're all isolated in our little castles, the chemistry castle, the physics castle, the microbiology little lab. So we need to open the gates, we need to tumble down the walls so as to be able to cooperate when we are faced with a difficult challenge, but that requires cooperation. I think nowadays few things can be done, especially complex things, without cooperation with experts, with people. And now changing the topic, another topic which is very trendy nowadays and essential for the future of the planet is a climate crisis, which is obviously related to health, biology, the environment, and sustainability. Actually, this very week, the COP26 is going on in Glasgow, where they are discussing the future of the world, of the Earth, and how climate change is going to have an impact on all of us. So maybe a question to Viviana now. What considerations should be made so as to guarantee the welfare of planet Earth? This is a very important question. I have been following this week the COP, which is the managing body of the International Convention on Climate Change. With regard to the considerations that should be made, I don't know. I mean, at individual level, I think we should all be careful with our daily activities, what kind of energy we spend, what type of food we buy, what type of packaging we purchase, like plastics. But at global level or at government level, which is the remit of the COP, what we should do is to add pressure on politicians, because I don't know if you have heard Greta Thunberg. She is now in Glasgow protesting. I think there are thousands of followers in the protest, but she's the leader, and she has a lot of charisma for the press. But Greta said some very interesting stuff. For instance, she said that it's time for honesty and for acknowledging there is a wide gap between what governments say and what governments do. It's not the time for symbolic solutions that are not transcendent, she said. So at the COP, they have stated a couple of things. For instance, a commitment to reduce methane emissions by 30% for 2030. And over 100 countries signed to that commitment. There was another commitment to work or to tackle the problem of deforestation and the degradation of the soil for 2030. So these are very far-reaching and ambitious commitments, but the trouble lies in reality, how you go about that in practice, and whether citizens are going to put pressure on the governments so that governments are true to their words, so that governments meet their promises, because sometimes there are many interests on board. However, I think it's concerning. I'm an optimist, by the way. My glass is always half full. But the figures that we've got with regard to the impact of the crisis, of the climate crisis, are terrible. For instance, the WHO says between 2030 and 2050, the climate crisis is going to cause approximately 250,000 additional deaths yearly from causes such as malnourishment, diarrhea, malaria, and heat stress. Many of these things are so easy to solve. And the trouble is not just that it increases the number of deaths, it is possible that those deaths concentrate in certain parts of the world. And once again, we go back to inequality and the unfair distribution of vaccines. The climate crisis will impact much more those who can do the least to solve it. So at personal level, there are many decisions that can be made on a daily basis, but we need to, you know, we need to increase the pressure on politicians so that they are true to their words and meet their promises. From the point of view of technology, chemistry has been working for many years now on the principles of green chemistry. In general, most chemists are very happy with the environmental regulation, and there are many companies nowadays which have no problem, like for instance oil companies or chemical companies. They just follow the regulation and that's it. In recent years we have also seen fiscal incentives, not just from the governments but also from banking, in order to finance multinational companies. They set environmental goals for them in order to condition the loans, etc., and long-term financing. So this kind of incentive, the environmental incentive, is already in place, and I hope that these, combined with the government regulation plus the progress in chemistry and technology, this is all going to help. But we need the support of the citizenship so that this becomes reality and the process of implementation of all these technologies speeds up. I think we should also acknowledge the irreversible nature of climate change. Some people are trying to fly to Mars, but I think the human beings are meant to live on the Earth, so we need to take care of planet Earth. And the living conditions on Mars are going to be no holiday. It's horrible. I mean, the atmospheric conditions in Mars are horrible. So we'd better take care of what we've got here. And I believe, just like Viviana said, that chemistry will be one of the keys, green chemistry, so as to solve all these issues. And now changing the topic again, going back to artificial intelligence, many people distrust the unknown, the machines, the smart machines. What are they going to do? But another reason why people distrust artificial intelligence, in particular deep neural networks, is that it's like a black box. We don't understand exactly what's going on in the black box. And we don't understand the process. So, Senan, could you explain to us the latest progress in the deep neural networks? Well, this is one of the problems, actually, of the new artificial intelligence strategies. Artificial intelligence was bio-inspired in the human brain, but for decades it made considerable progress in the sense of solutions that tried to replicate knowledge and the way that humans reason in their brains at computational level. But once again, there is a different trend going back to the bio-inspiration, to artificial neural networks models, which are not models of the brain. Often I explain to my students, comparing an artificial neural network to a human brain, or to even a living being brain, it's just like comparing a doodle, you know, a circle with four uh, arrows with a person. However, they work very well because they operate with millions of parameters, and they are in syntony based on algorithms according to the input and according to the desired output. For instance, if we have a sufficient set of data, we make an input of the data, and then the neural network learns how the pattern works, and it's capable of making a general application to similar data which are not identical to the original input data set. So what is the problem there? The neural networks take everything in. They have calculation power. The most powerful supercomputer nowadays is in Japan, and it can calculate approximately 0.4 trillion operations per second. If you would divide those among the 7.5 billion people in the world, and we could calculate 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, one operation per second, this would take us 2 years. And the supercomputer does it in 1 second. So calculation power is unmeasurable, very powerful algorithms. The result is great. We have tailor-made solutions for specific problems. We do not have null purpose artificial intelligence. They are always specific purpose. However, they are very powerful, and they can expand the fields where they can be made useful, and certainly more competent than people. The trouble lies in what we call the black box. Can we program one of these networks so that by analyzing an AKG it can predict the probability of sudden or early death of a person in a year? Yes. Can it do it better than a cardiologist? Yes. However, when cardiologists look at examples when the network has made a correct prediction and the doctors have made a wrong prediction, the doctors say they cannot tell the reason why. I mean, the knowledge, the human knowledge that doctors have accumulated about the ways of how to interpret an AKG is not at the same level as the ones achieved by the machine. So the machine is capable of making much more accurate predictions. However, we don't know why. So, for instance, if a doctor tells you you have a serious danger of suffering from cancer, or let's say in the worst case, you have a cancer, but I don't know why. The machine says so. The machine has analyzed your CT scan, and the machine says that you've got a cancer, but we don't know where or why. So this is not good enough for patients. So we need to make that black box readable, and this is what we are doing research into. Actually, my research center is coordinating a European network with the purpose of training new researchers on interpreting neural networks based on natural language. And this is the only European network that is working in this field. So for Europe, and let me just finish, this is a priority. Europe in general wants to have a type of artificial intelligence that we define as human-centered or dependable, we could say. I think this is good, although it has to be reconciled with the fact that it is profitable socially and economically, because if it is not profitable economically, we will have the artificial intelligence made by somebody else.
I feel curious about another thing. Artificial intelligence, algorithms to analyze very specific tasks, like in cardiology or in dermatology, for example. Algorithms today can identify different types of skin cancer better than professionals. So something specific, especially when we are analyzing pictures. An algorithm can analyze millions of pictures in a record time, and a medical professional cannot do it. There's no time for that. But this transition to general artificial intelligence is possible. This is one of the missions of DeepMind. They believe we can get into a world in which machines can not only predict things but also to acquire these creativity elements that we always associate with human beings, and to acquire more general functions. Like what our brain does, we can learn and then to acquire that knowledge and apply it in different areas, not just one specific area. We can extrapolate that and use that knowledge and apply them in different tasks. So do you think that in the near future we could have what we call generalized artificial intelligence? I think it is possible, and I'm convinced, but I don't think it's going to happen in the near future. And we have a big issue, and it is not an issue of complexity. And you were just talking about Mars. I'm not an expert, but as you said, I know that it is really complex to not just to bring a spaceship there with people, but to get a platform installed there, to develop new life, to grow crops, to install life in Mars. It's not possible today, but we know what we have to do it. We know it is a matter of an investment of many millions, and the commitment of not just one country, but many countries, the most developed countries, and we know it will be a matter of 10, 15, 20 years to succeed in installing powerful enough facilities there. We know how to do it, but for the generalized artificial intelligence, we don't know the way. It is not a necessary condition, but it's necessary to have a general idea of artificial intelligence and human intelligence and human learning, and we don't have that. Therefore, that bio-inspiration that could be really useful is something we don't have, and we don't know when we will have it. Some months ago, I asked Rafael Juste, a Spaniard who lives in the US, and he was really inspiring, and he led the process that served to persuade Obama to invest more than $1 billion in the brain project to get to know the most unknown, our brain. And some months ago I asked him, so the, from 0 to 10, what is our knowledge of brain? And some years ago in a magazine they said it was like 4, and he said now it is 5. And this is surprising. This means that we have a huge knowledge of our brain, but the score is only 5, the grade is only 5. So when teachers take a test, and when we grade the test, and sometimes the questions are not right, the answers are not right, and we say, well, we're going to give this person 0.5 because he wrote something. I'm going to give him 1.5, and then when you add everything together, the student gets a 5. And I said, well, he doesn't deserve to pass the test. But so this is what happens with the brain. There are millions of groups in the whole world, and we might think we're getting a 5 out of 10, but it is not connected. There's not a theory of learning. We don't know how to tackle generalized purpose artificial intelligence. Whenever we talk about artificial intelligence, I always remember Blade Runner. I don't know if you saw it, but this final scene with the replicant, and he was acquiring things we associate with human beings, this interconnection between machines and the human beings. So now I'd like to ask a question to Viviana. There is something that really concerns me with the lack of connection between science, scientists, and a general audience. And scientists, the professionals, always say as an excuse that what we do is very complex, it's very difficult to explain. But I think it is just an excuse. It is not so complicated, first of all. And secondly, we need to do a better job translating what we do so everyone can understand. So one of the things I feel as a scientist is that many of the projects I have the privilege to develop in my lab are funded by public money in the US in this case, but the same thing happens in Spain. So it is taxpayers' money that is allowing me to do my work. So the least I can do is to explain it to them, or to describe what we did with their money. So I think that it makes all sense. So Viviana, what is the relevance of communication in science, and do you think it is a responsibility? The science practitioners should communicate that to people in general. Yes, yes, it is highly relevant. Well, it is my job, actually, the communication of science. And I think that it is the scientists' responsibility to do as much as possible to communicate with the audiences, with the governments, the policymakers, the lawmakers, and because they are after all, they are the ones that are investing in our work. I'd say it is not easy, but we should be responsible for that. And I think that COVID-19, or the pandemic, is another situation which is quite an interesting example of communication of science to the public, and the politicization of science. I don't know if that word does exist. This was a big issue, especially in the US. It was very interesting to see that. And I think that the COVID is a very interesting example, because we might say that scientific progress was opened up to the public, because initially a huge amount of data were published, the structure of the virus and how it dissipated, and they were shown to the audiences very early, in people began to work on disinfectants and that sort of things. So what happened, in my opinion, is that something that we use in our everyday lives, scientists use, uh, tolerance with different interpretations of the facts. People don't understand that tolerance. So the information might be the same, but the interpretation might be different from one day versus the next day. So this is something that scientists know how to tolerate, but not the audience. So opening this public process was quite traumatic because there was no understanding about how we work differently. And also some politicians did this also in the US where I live. It was really politicized, and there were many dangerous things, and some things that the president recommended at that time. It was quite a concerning time. So in 1 year, 2 years time, if we look back at the time of the pandemic and the communication of science during the pandemic, there is misinformation, and this is something we will have to analyze and from which we will have to learn a lot. But in general terms, I'll say that there is an issue in terms of understanding science. You even see children that are quite reluctant to speak about chemistry or math or physics. It's like it's difficult, and very often this is related to the language because chemistry has a different language, so it is quite complex. And I remembered a talk by George Whitesides. You might know him. He's one of the most famous chemists. He has the highest H index, and he has worked a lot on diagnoses that cost less $1 to be used in poor parts of the world, and now he's working in robotics. So he's a very interesting person. And well, he said that when he wanted to explain what he did to the people, when you go to dinners with your wife, or and people ask you what do you do, he said that when he was younger, when he had less experience, he would say things like, I don't know, I am an immunologist or an enzymologist. I will make statins for cholesterol, which is a disease. So when people hear these words they don't understand, which are so strange, they are reluctant even to understand it. So he said that he changed his tactics to explain what he was with his words, and then he began saying things. We change the way you live or die.
Químicos cambiamos.
We chemists change the way you live or die. So people start to pay attention. What? You decide how I live or die? Yes, of course. I determine your life expectancy, the years you're going to live, if you're having studies, etc. So he changed his tactics and he began to use these tactics, these new tactics. I have another example by Caroline Bertozzi, another fantastic chemist that works in bioorthogonal chemistry. She's probably going to win the Nobel Prize one day. And when she met legislators in Washington, D.C., they often call scientists from different fields to talk about how to invest the money they have in science. So she has got much time with legislators. Most of them don't have a scientific knowledge. Most of them are lawyers and that sort of things, and they don't understand statistics or scientific terms quite often. So at the beginning she spent a lot of time trying to explain basic concepts. But she also changed her tactics, and then she said that the year when she had the highest impact, when she came to Washington, D.C. to have these meetings with legislators, was when she said, 10 people in the first row, well, 5 of you will die before you turn 65, 2 of cardiovascular diseases, 2 from cancer. So who is going to be the one who dies from this or that? So they began to look at each other, and so they realized how important it was to find drugs for these diseases. So these new tactics to make these statistics more real. And so she told them 5 out of the 10 of you will not make it to the age of 65, and this is going to have a different impact. I don't know if it will work for all chemists, but these are techniques we have to use, because it is a shame the people who pay their taxes, and these taxes are going to be invested in science. It is a shame that they don't know how this money will be invested, and actually it is very well invested, but we need to work a lot on science communication, and I think that it should be part of what is of the training of the new scientists, to bridge that gap between what we do and the way the general population understand science. Thank you very much, Viviana. Apart from this disconnection between science and the audiences, I am quite concerned. In science, unfortunately, as in many fields of our society, science is still a matter of men. In the US, most of the university professors are men. Those that are in a position of power, you're always surrounded by men. So how can you break this glass ceiling? And this is going to be the final question before the Q&A. And so they might have questions, but this is a question for both speakers. How can we break this glass ceiling? So science can show the diversity we have in our society, so it can be fairer in that way. Viviana? Well, there are many things we can do. I work in communications, so obviously all we do, how my team gets organized, we think a lot about diversity and equity, and inclusion is part of what we do. When we have a problem that is called Talent 12 young chemists under the age of 40, and they are doing things that are going to change the world from the point of view of technology and science. So we always need to take into account that these 12 people have to be representatives of chemistry globally, but also in terms of gender and race. And this is something that my team think every day. It's part of what we do, the pictures we use in the journal, the type of people we talk to. It is part of our DNA, inclusion and diversity. And from that point of view, it is the image we communicate of science to chemists, those that are being trained at universities and until they retire, actually. So from that point of view, it is a work we have been doing for years, and it is actually very important, because we are showing that science belongs to everyone, and there are people from different backgrounds. And there's something else which is quite important to me. There should be many role models. So in global terms, in chemistry, We have Nobel winners such as Frances Arnold, who won it in 2018, and Jennifer Tutta, another chemist who won the Nobel Prize last year. So they are incredible women, extraordinary women, and they are role models for women and for young men and women, actually. So we are giving visibility to them because they are becoming more normal, but and this is global, but also locally speaking in Santiago de Compostela, where I went to university. Next year we'll have the anniversary, the 100th anniversary of the teaching of chemistry in our university, and for the first time we have a woman dean, Pilar Bermejo, the first woman who is a dean in this sector for the past 100 years. So there are role models internationally and locally, and it's very important to have a strong and extraordinary women teaching us how to do this. And I think this is a generational issue. When I was born in 1974, and I think that that year, well, Franco was still in power in Spain, and I think that at that time my mother could not have a bank account, that sort of things. So that was the year when I was born. And 47 years later, well, look at what we are, because sometimes I get frustrated because change is quite slow, and as you said, Cesar, and in the academia there are still few women, but things are changing very fast versus the general history. So all of us are trying to speed it up, but it is very important to have those role models I was speaking about, and all the communications we make. We need to take into account diversity. We need to teach that chemistry is for everyone and by everyone. So yes, those role models are very important. When I started to do science, I began to look at people who worked in chemistry in Spanish. So I think it's important to have that so as to make progress. It's not that I don't want to answer this question, and because I think it is crucial. So if you will, I'm going to take some time, but I'd like to answer first of all. Pilar Bermejo is with us. Yes, that is very positive already. When I was a rector in the one of my talks, I talked about how the USC has the name of a woman because 2 out of 3 students are women in this university. Actually, that year we were the University of Spain with the highest number of women in their classrooms. This is the positive side. The negative side is that, just like the rest, once people graduate, they graduate more and with better grades. But from then on, we have what we call the Caesar effect. There's an imbalance in favor of men, PhD studies, and the presence in the faculties and the research teams. And there's also an imbalance. They are unequally distributed, and there are some situations like in IT engineering, there's only 12% of women in my university, and this is the average in Spain and in the world. And on the contrary, in the field of medicine, women prevail, and also in health sciences. So I think that we are doing many things here. We are all aware of the fact that university is too late to act, to give role models, to give talks, because it's too late. We have to start from the beginning, matters that are connected with education, with social environment, with subsidies. Viviana was talking about her mother. She could not have a bank account in 1974, but um, only recently, depending on the type of contracts or research grants, if a woman was given the green light and had, or rather, if a woman had a child and had to take care of his or her baby, the time kept running, and there is a before and an after beyond the maternity leave. And for that time, she could not conduct her research, but this was not taken into account. And many things have been explored. The media are key. We need to introduce accelerators in the system, or else the process will be so slow we won't even perceive it. So we need to speed up the pace. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Viviana and Senen, for your comments and your knowledge. Now I'd like to have a conversation with the audience. Do you have any questions? Yes? Yes, can you hear me? First of all, congratulations, because I loved your presentation. I have two questions. Well, I'm going to make a comparison. Some years ago, I don't know if you remember, but on TV, people started to sell tobacco, and we had some advertisements about tobacco, and then we realized it caused cancer. And in 1989, I bought my first computer, and then in 1998, Google emerged, the social media, the automation, and in the future, jobs will be performed by machines more and more. We are creating a total dependency, and people spend hours, not minutes, on their phones. So are we taking measures at schools? Because yesterday we heard about how schools are being given computers. You have to use technologies. The banks are closing the ATMs or their branches, so you have to use computers. So new technology has some benefits, but I'm going to the dark side. The governments, the companies are being regulated. Are they taking serious measures to regulate the consequences this might have in our brains, mental health issues, addiction? So all the problems that are associated with that, family relationships, interpersonal relationships. Is this being done, or people just say, well, if we have problems in 20 years, we will solve them then? This is my first question. Second question, Sanem, well, both of you talked about generalized artificial intelligence, and you said that it cannot be understood because since we don't understand our brain well, maybe I understood that, maybe I'm wrong, but how a human brain works. So there's like a black box. So when you speak about neural networks, this is not understood. And don't you think this is a mistake? Because we are living cells, and a computer is just atoms of carbon bits, as far as I know. Well, there are quantum computers too, but isn't it a mistake to assume that our brain and the brain of a machine work the same way? I don't know if you understand my question. Yes, I'd just like to add a comment with respect to the first question. I think that addiction is something that should be criticized by the companies. I have friends in Google, and for years they have been hiring world experts in IT and neuroscience to make machines that are more addictive. And actually, I was talking to a friend of mine about that, and I think that in the future, uh, people, you will be able to be sued for that, just like with tobacco. It was addictive, and there were lawsuits, and same with this addiction, because people are creating machines that are more and more addictive, and you can see that with little children. Once they watch a screen, they know what to do, and I think that in the future this is what is going to happen. So this is my contribution, but now I'd like to give the floor to Seneng and Viviana. Do you have any comments? Yes, as for generalized artificial intelligence, there are at least two steps on top of that. The general purpose one is the one in which we find solutions for specific problems, even though they are very complex. The paradigm could be the autonomous vehicle, but in the general one, those machines have the capacity to learn in a general way, and therefore to solve and to act with the world in a competence of high spectrum. The next level is intelligence at a human level, and the next one would be super intelligence above us. And what I want to say is that, of course, the machines we have now don't work as a brain. There is a bio-inspiration depending on the solutions, but it's only a bio-inspiration. But this does not mean that they cannot have a machine intelligence with higher and higher competences. So what I was saying, once we have a theory of intelligence, of natural intelligence, human intelligence in particular, and of learning, global learning, we will have a much richer source of inspiration than in the present. Therefore, it will be able to be imitated to achieve more smarter machines. But the evolution took us here, but the evolution could have followed other paths and setting up intelligence like ours. And eventually, if we have time enough, we'll probably explore other alternatives without a specific goal, but it will end up with those results. As for the rest, this is quite concerning. As for addiction, well, a student told me in class he had been working in a company of online gaming, and then he had stopped. He had been working in algorithms for the identification of potential victims, and I'm going to use that word, people who are susceptible to get hooked onto the online gaming. And this is easy to do today. With the large amount of data companies have with about us with algorithms, it is really easy to find the prey. And so I refuse working with those companies. We cannot use artificial intelligence to corner a person and to make them disgraceful. They end up losing their jobs and their families through these strategies. Technology is super powerful, and if it is poorly used, and what is the main issue here? And I am about to finish because I'm getting excited now, but I really feel outraged with these things. The problem is that things go so fast that we have we go from one thing to the next thing in a technological way so fast that we cannot even socially and politically or economically analyze its consequences. So when we are starting to understand the repercussions that something can have, and thinking that maybe we should regulate it like this or to train like that, we are in the next wave. It is overwhelming. It's as if you're trying to swim, and when you feel you're okay, a bigger wave comes to you. So we need to take things seriously. And socially speaking, and Viviana was saying that before, the process of dissemination, of transmission of opinion, and the people who research into these sensitive issues should make a huge effort, because if there is no social awareness, the decision makers will not feel any pressure to make any decisions. They have so many issues on the table that they will just focus on the daily issues. They will not think in the long run. And there's something I'd like to add here, and I think this happens with many technologies that have the chance to change the way that we live. And usually the technological progress occur before and faster than the ethical considerations. We saw that with CRISPR, with gene technology 5 or 6 years ago. Some experiments were being conducted before decisions were made internationally about the ethical guides we should follow. So one way to solve these problems, or to prevent them, or to stop them a little, is to try and consider ethics. We don't have many experts in ethics, but so we need to take these ethical and social considerations into account, and much earlier, before the technological progress. And it's very difficult because very often there are economic interests that get in the way. Well, thank you very much. With this, we conclude our session. Thank you, Seneng and Viviana. It has been a privilege to share this time with all of you. Thank you very much for being here and for your attention.
Tras un descanso de 5
After a 5-minute break, please remember that with your ticket you will be able to enjoy a meeting with Daniel Inararity, Lou Reggio, and Amparo Alonso, who will speak about science and humanism. And we hope you will continue to enjoy Carta de Santiago.
Benvidas ao segundo encontro sobre ciencia e tecnoloxía, no que falaremos sobre ciencia e humanismo. Recibimos, non?
Let's welcome Daniel Inerarity, Luz Rayo, and Amparo Alonso. Good morning. In this new stage of the way, we're going to talk about science and humanism with two researchers with a very long researching career. Humanities are essential if we want to make progress in technological fields, particularly such as artificial intelligence that you have been talking about. In particular, if we want to develop tools at the service of humans, such as the European Union recommends. And for this, we require an ethical vision of the subject and a new economic model where sustainability has to be one of the main pillars. Until now, economic growth has been linked to increasing production and exploiting resources with very negative impacts on health and human growth. So economic growth has to be different. Political initiatives that we have been talking about too require not just a technological change but also a social change, a change in social practices. There are so many challenges ahead of us, and citizens should also play a key role. In order to talk about these issues related to ethics, technical development and humanism, we have two experts in the field. Daniel Inerarity, who is a professor in social philosophy. He's an Igor Basque researcher at the University of the Basque Country, and he's also a part-time professor at the European University Institute in Florence, holding the chair Democracy and Artificial Intelligence. He studied in Germany, and he was an associate professor in many different universities, such as the Florence University, Sorbonne in Paris, London School of Economics, Georgetown University, Max Planck Institute, etc. He has translated several books and essays and he has received many awards, such as Caribe of Essay, Miguel de Unamuno National Literary Award of Art and Essay. He's a Príncipe Viana Prize of Culture in 2013. Xunta gave him the Humanities, Arts and Culture Award, and he has been a member of the Council of Universities as a proposal of the Spanish Senate. He belongs to the European Academy of Arts and Sciences, and Le Nouvel Observateur, the French journal, included him in 2004 in a list of the 25 top thinkers of the world. Luz Rayo is a Spanish interdisciplinary researcher. She's a linguist by the Complutense Madrid. She has a master's degree in natural language processing technologies. She also has a doctorate by Pompeu Fabra. She has received many awards, such as the Award to Academic Excellence by the Community of Madrid. She has received a grant by the regional government of Catalonia. She has received a Google Award and also a Santander Award for young researchers. In 2013, she received the European Young Researchers Award because of her work bringing together technology, humanism and linguistics, helping people with dyslexia. In 2018, she received the award Women to Follow and the MIT Award of the Year, the Girona Award in 2016, and she's part of the Forbes 20 under 30, which is the most prodigious young people in Europe. She has established a company, Change Dyslexia, so as to reduce the dropout rate of people with dyslexia. She has recently received the UNESCO King Hamad Al Khalifa Award for using artificial intelligence in education. She has been the first Spanish person receiving this award, and she's currently a professor at the Business School of Madrid, one of the most prestigious business schools in the world. It's a great honor and a pleasure to have you both on board and to be able to interview both of you. I'm going to start by posing a question for Daniel, but if Luz wants to add something to that. Some time ago, the Institute for Governance of Change carried out a survey according to which 51% of Europeans would replace the members of their parliaments by artificial intelligence systems. Do you believe that governments finally automate their decisions, that we can arrive to algorithmic governance? Good morning, first of all. Thank you very much, Amparo. Thank you very much to the organizers of these wonderful conversations. I'm very happy to be with both of you. Zenan has told us earlier that really there's not going to be a huge replacement. All of this idea that we are going to be replaced, I mean, replacing humans by machines, parliaments by algorithms, this is not going to happen. And this takes us apart from the question which is the most interesting, how to live together. Because the idea that you were mentioning, well, I could give you many more examples, but I read proposals about how Siri and Alexa, who know you, I mean, which know us better than we know ourselves, could actually go to vote. I could send Siri or Alexa to vote for me. They can read the election campaign programs that I cannot do. So the idea of being replaced by machines, by algorithms, with regard to democracy can never happen. Which does not mean that it's not necessary to push technology forward in order to tackle the problems that we are faced with, such as climate change, all of the crises that we are going through, the pandemic. They require an intense use of technology. However, we should always wonder what questions are best tackled by technology and which other questions are better solved by humans. That is, which mistakes are typical of machines and which mistakes are typical of humans. Given that we have a great capacity to multitask, well, usually machines are more focused on a single task. I remember an American sociologist who said, robots do their job very well when the world is organized as it should. So the idea that, in principle, decisions and conditions need to pre-exist for the machines to work correctly. In the case of politics, politics is a human activity which has to do with the making of big decisions, setting priorities and objectives, so we can make technology available for helping us make decisions. But I do not believe that Siri and Alexa together could make basic political decisions. This is a mistake. We could make that mistake, but at the price of reductionism, because this would decrease our free capacity to choose our future. Luz, I think we tend to separate technology too much from the humanities. Until now, it was true that sciences dealt with technical progress, and art and philosophy, literature, politics dealt with human progress. However, this is changing. Your career is a very good example. So what do you make of the role of humanities in artificial intelligence? I think that it's a necessary role. And maybe a few years ago it was not so obvious, but we have just realized, I mean, all of the companies have been sharing the algorithms that we are all using, such as search engines, automatic translation algorithms, or human resource filtering algorithms. So we have noticed in the last decade that these algorithms are biased and they do not work as fine as they should. So the biases that the algorithms have, for instance, you use a translator and you see that the translation is male oriented, or maybe you are in a company and you will see that the algorithm picks always white males. So the tools that we have nowadays are using the already existing data. I mean, data which are using data generated by humans. So those machines maintain the cognitive biases that we all suffer from. Maybe in the last decade the thing has improved, but in the last century, for instance, we were not very good at equality, justice, etc. So you can try and overcome the biases, and what do you need to do that? For instance, in translation engines require linguists. In legal systems, maybe you need somebody who knows about philosophy and ethics. I mean, a council that is integrated by philosophers. With human resources, maybe you need psychologists. So finally, we have just noticed that people are necessary. And maybe 10 years ago, we had not realized. Actually, in the past, I was very keen on believing that data is enough to do everything, but it's not. Humanities are necessary in order to make algorithms or algorithmic models which are capable of making fair decisions, or at least which are better than us. You just mentioned, Daniel, and we feel concerned about the news about using personal data with the purpose of propaganda. So what do you think about the relationship between big data, politics, and data use? I read a book by a Harvard professor, The Surveillance Capitalism. It's translated into Spanish. And my position is somewhat ambiguous, because there's paradox there. We are being surveilled too much, but at the same time, the knowledge we have about our society is scarce. I mean, there is too much knowledge and too little knowledge at the same time. During the pandemic, we have seen it. The knowledge tools, the knowledge instruments that we have about how to extend contagion, etc., were insufficient. Society cannot self-rule itself if it doesn't have data. I mean, from the Babylon to Napoleon's empire, governments have generated and stored data. With big data, the thing is that this has increased exponentially. The amount of data generated has grown exponentially, and this causes a lot of philosophical, ethical, and legal problems. One is related to data protection. Another thing has to do with epistemological category. So how do we consider data? Is data a real reflection of reality or not? There are some mythologies about data related to the amount. Anderson's idea that in the end, some qualitative problems that we've got could be solved by quantitative procedures, that is increasing the amount of data, does not work. In the end, questions will keep on being asked. I mean, my job as a philosopher will continue to exist. I need to interpret the data. And then neutrality. What is data? Is there something as naked data? Data has to be interpreted. If you recall this sentence by a protest movement in Spain that said, they do not represent us. I think it's the same. Data does not represent us. Once again, we can feel that we are being surveilled too much. However, the data is not representing us because they are biased, because it is limited, and it is not reflecting the deep inequality existing in the world. And I have plenty of data. For instance, I recall a friend from university, and I was arguing with them a lot because we lived in the same dorm, and they would always say the same: I'm going to give you some data. And I told them, no, you're not going to give me one data, you're going to give me data. You are aggressive. I mean, data is aggressive. You're just going to give me data and I'm going to interpret the data because that's my job. The previous panel, we're talking about the approach to science. I think we need to understand the difference between correlation and causality. And in general, people do not understand it. Even some scientists. I read in a book that there is quite an accurate correlation between the money spent by the US on science and the number of people who hang themselves, who commit suicide. But there is no causality there. And Google, the fact that Google can anticipate the flu. You know, Google can detect that the flu is coming before the health system realizes, just because of people's searches. People start searching flu symptoms, so Google knows that the flu wave is coming. There's also an example of a pregnant woman who got sent baby products deducting that she was pregnant, and the dad got angry because she was underage. And it's true that the girl was pregnant because of her searches. But we have not been told how many times the machine, the algorithm, made a mistake. And maybe it was not her who was pregnant, it was her friend. So, well, data is difficult to interpret, and there needs to be a whole context of interpretation. So since we're talking about humanism and technology, human and social sciences should also learn from the problems generated by a type of technology that we do not know so well. In your dissertation and in your work with startups, you have created algorithms in order to help people with dyslexia. How do you work with those tools, and how does that help people with dyslexia? Yes, it is a preventive thing, so we hope to know that this is going to be preventive, taking into account the whole privacy, and if you want it to work like that. So how did we do it? This is a good example, mixing humanism and technology, because dyslexia has to do with language, particularly with reading and writing. It is a disorder of reading and writing, and it actually affects 10% of the population. So it's all about language. So we carried out many experiments without taking into account linguistics, and we didn't I mean, those experiments did not yield any results. So you need to bring people on board because otherwise it's not working. So this is what we did. We analyzed data about how are the orthographic mistakes of people with and without dyslexia. For 3 years we did that. We analyzed orthographic mistakes for 3 years, and we realized they were different. Just like in grammar, in human language, there are some trends in the mistakes of people with dyslexia. I'm dyslexic, for instance, so we do not make mistakes at random. We do it with a pattern. So that is very interesting, because the fact that we found something which is potentially differentiating between groups of population, we had to put it into a type of format that can be embedded in a model that is going to make a prediction based on a person's behavior. So we made an input of those linguistic patterns, and then we applied this to computer games. And this was before the data protection law. So there were 32,000 users that we could analyze. So it was hard, but we picked those items, those linguistic elements that could help us differentiate. So we put an input of the data in an automatic learning model. We do it with deep learning, and then we realized that deep learning was not useful, and then we did a much more easy model. And so now we can differentiate if a person is in risk of suffering from dyslexia just by playing for 15 minutes. This is already implemented in public schools in Madrid and Murcia. And so finally, we realize that the patterns are also good for other purposes. For instance, since you can use those patterns for treatment purposes, because every person has different patterns, and this can be customized, and it actually improves the treatment of children with dyslexia. So we did randomized control trials in several public schools. So when you have customized linguistic exercises with your own mistakes, children are capable of improving their reading and writing. And this has to do with a lot of linguistics and one part of artificial intelligence. In the previous panel, is it easy for you that you are your own translator? Because you start being a linguist and then you did a doctorate in artificial intelligence. So how is the transition between linguistics and artificial intelligence? It's very, very hard. It was very, very hard for me to do that transition. I started with computing without knowing exactly where I was going, because I think that when you are very young, you just jump off. So I received a grant to go to England and study natural processing, the natural language processing, and most of my classmates were engineers, and I had a very bad time during the master's degree. It was very, very hard. I learned to program, but it was very, very difficult. That was 11 years ago, and at that point in time the teams were not so multidisciplinary, so you had to bring both things together. Nowadays, fortunately, teams are much more multidisciplinary in nature, so you don't need to know everything. So now I work more as a translator. So I tell the linguists what they mean is exactly this, and then I tell the computer engineers what this guy means is exactly that. I have received many awards that you have just read, and it looks like it was an easy road, but no, it was a bumpy road. Also, with regard to language, I work with environmental sustainability issues, and it was very difficult to understand each other when you work with people from different disciplines. We have a platform for dyslexia where we have worked together with children's doctors, with psychologists, with parents, and with teachers. So to bring them all on board so as to make one single product that was useful for all of them was incredibly hard. Because it was very, very difficult. Daniel, you said it earlier. Do you think we need a political philosophy of artificial intelligence? To what extent is artificial intelligence compatible with democracy? I think this is a great topic for discussion. I think we are still beginning to ponder about that topic. There is a lot of development of ethics in artificial intelligence with regard to protecting human rights and privacy. However, we have not made so much progress about building a political theory of that. That is, what is the impact of artificial intelligence on democracy, and how could democracy benefit from artificial intelligence? I think the model that we've got right now is rather basic. We think in the long run, these automated decision-making systems, these algorithms, just like Siri and Alexa, will know perfectly well how we behave, so they will be able to identify our preferences and our interests very well, which is quite true. I mean, they identify it very well according to the way in which we have behaved so far, according to the items that we have bought so far, etc. The trouble is that politics is not just a reflection of what we have until now. There are moments when there needs to be a break. For instance, if you are a smoker and you want to stop, if you laughed at male chauvinistic jokes, you don't want to do it anymore. So everything that has to do with innovation, which is part of human future, then artificial intelligence is not very good at that, because artificial intelligence is behaviorist by nature. That is, Siri believes that we will keep on behaving as we have done in the past. That is true up to a point, but not necessarily, because there can be points of break in which an individual or a society decides to stop doing one thing and take a different direction. So this is a reissue of an old dilemma that has to do with technicians in power. Why don't we place technicians as members of parliament? But then possibly they can replace politicians by experts, which has been a very interesting topic for discussion during the pandemic. So you have heard probably the fact that I don't care if politicians are right-wing or left-wing. I just want them to rule correctly. You have probably heard that many times. This is a Bertín Osborne principle with a Spanish singer, because I heard Bertín Osborne saying exactly that. I don't care if they are right or left-wing. I just want them to be good. As if you could say that politics is good without any ideological reference. Obviously, we do not understand that good means exactly the same, which is obvious and fortunate, because a society, like our society, must have different meanings for the word good. So democracy is a system that should be reduced to a simple value, which is that all the people affected by a decision should have a say in the process of making that decision. Therefore, there needs to be a political equality in the process of making the decision. That is why we have elections and we have different procedures to guarantee equality. However, we do not understand equality as something which is identical. So maybe you understand equality as equal opportunities, maybe somebody else will understand equality as equality of results. There are different ways of understanding equality. And politics is there so as to discuss, so as to encourage discussion on those topics. And finally, the idea that politics should be a system that meets our needs, references and interests is too elementary. Because, first of all, you cannot leave everything to the good of your politicians. And by the way I define my preferences and interests do not have to do with consumption. This is not all about consumption. I can express my preferences in conversation with others. I can even change my preferences, and I can also consider the compatibility of my preferences with those of my partner, for instance. And that is why we cannot add preferences automatically by means of a search engine. So that is why I firmly believe that parliaments will remain open with people in them. Luz, you were discussing about the fact that you were very interested in algorithms, deep learning and everything. You have explained the applications that help people and the Data Protection Act. So what can you explain about access to data, the right of privacy, etc.? Let's start with data and then with the transparency of algorithms. Talking about data, about how privacy is kept with your data. I don't know if you're aware of the fact that this has changed dramatically in the last 10 years. There has been a considerable progress in data protection. I have felt it because I have worked with organizations. And in Europe, since we have a general law for data protection, I think we should feel privileged to live in the European Union with governments who have agreed, I mean all of the member states have agreed that there is a need for data protection. And I have a social enterprise, and it is very hard for companies to strictly and stringently comply with data protection, because otherwise the penalties imposed on those who break the law are huge. So you must allow people to delete data. All servers have to be stored in Europe, etc. It's extremely complex, but we must be very proud of it because it changed recently in 2015. So this is something that we need to be very proud of as a society. It's like comparable to, I'm sorry, but it's something similar to the Greek democracy, to be blunt. How in Europe we have, for instance, got very, very angry with the face recognition apps and all that. We have got very angry about that because as Europeans we are concerned about that and we are taking action against it. So this is the part that has to do with data and privacy. And then there is another part which has to do with algorithm transfer. In the end, algorithms are predictive. They are predictive models for predicting behavior or a flu wave or dyslexia or whatever. It's a model that predicts something. The thing is that what is inside the model can be transparent or not. This is very complex because right now, at present, in general, the models which work the best, the most sensitive or the most accurate are those are those which require lots of data, and at the same time they are the ones which are the least transparent. There are other models which are fantastic. I am really pro the second type of models because they require fewer data, but they are more open to interpretation. They are more intuitive. I'm going to give you examples because otherwise it's too abstract. The first time we launched the dyslexia test, it used neural networks with deep learning. So we gave the result to the family saying that this is your risk of having reading and writing disorders. Of course, there is an error margin, so when the model made a mistake, by the way, the mistakes were rare. It had an accuracy of 80%. So when it made a mistake, we couldn't explain why, because we could only say it has an error margin. It's just like with automatic cars. Sunan said that when an automatic car has a mistake, it is terrible. But it is also true that automatic cars tend to save many more lives and are safer than human drivers. But when there is one single mistake, then that is terrible. This is the same case with dyslexia. If there is one mistake, then the result was bad. So we have to change it. We had to change it with a different type of predictive model. First, we used this random forests, and then we used regression analysis, which is a type of line which says with dyslexia, without dyslexia, and the graph becomes wider or thinner depending on the risk of dyslexia. So this was much more useful because it was like a percentage. So maybe the accuracy of this test is not so high. However, the users, 300,000 users that we've got, receive it better. It has a much better reception by the final users because it's transparent. You can see it more clearly. So the topic of dyslexia is a very small niche, but if you apply this to bigger topics like public policies, conviction at court, etc., that is much more serious. So to have an algorithm which is as transparent as possible, and particularly to know why it makes a mistake when it makes a mistake, it's very hard to accept. And that is why the current artificial intelligence strategies in the USA, in Europe, etc., they take that on board because it's very difficult. But as I said earlier, the ones that work the best are the ones which are the least transparent.
I have a couple of comments to something Lutz said. First of all, as regards the crashes of automated cars, I think that, we are really shocked with those accidents. And I think this is compared to our expectations versus reality. The expectations versus automated systems is really high, and our tolerance is very low because of those expectations. And I think that in the social imaginary, I don't know how to put it, I don't want to be provocative, but they are undervaluing the human decision making. I always advocate for the extension of automated mechanisms, of course, but we humans do not make so many bad decisions, and we drive quite well, we get tired, we drink, and we have a bad character, but we are doing things quite well. And we make decisions with just a few data. And machines will never win us, will never beat us. They are good when they have a lot of data. In the main decisions of our lives are decisions that have to do with having a couple, a partner, and this is an important decision in our lives. My mom would say, well, everybody is getting a divorce and half the marriages are breaking. And I had a discussion with her and I said, well, that's all right, because the information with which you make a decision like that is quite low. Power consumption that we make that we need when we make a decision is very low. We don't need a plug or anything. And there's something else, the large amount of energy, the power that these devices use as compared to the breakfast I had this morning. So this is one thing. And the other thing, as regards privacy, I think we need a further step. It is not legislative, it is conceptual to understand the new context. And I think it's a paradox. Privacy is not personal. We need to deprivatize privacy. We're thinking that privacy is right of the people. You can monetize that. If you use my privacy, you have to pay for that. And you're thinking that I manage my privacy. And there are two issues there. First of all, if I manage my privacy, indirectly, I am managing the privacy of others. The systems, algorithms know on the basis of a certain level of revelation of privacy, they can deduce the privacy of those that didn't want to give it out. So this is very clear in genetics. So a private decision about the degree of privacy that I'm willing to renounce is not a private decision. It is a public decision that challenges the privacy of others. So this requires legislation. And the other issue is that the management of privacy revolves too much around the individual, which is overwhelmed. So I'm going to make a poll. When you are surfing the internet, how long does it take you to examine the cookies and accept the conditions? Okay, no further questions. We cannot assume so much responsibility. And this happened in the previous financial crisis. One of the factors, not the only one, but one of the factors was the purchasing of high-risk financial items. And this was done by people that didn't have the knowledge, but you had to sign a document. And we all signed because we didn't have time or skills. So how do we compensate for that? I prefer to have a good public regulation than an excessive individual sovereignty. I think that I will be better protected public regulation or just, well, I'm going to decide because there are things you cannot decide. I have some children that are in a Protestant age in the sense that they are mad about the world. And so we are always arguing about many things. And they say that they vote a political party and they have promised to do one thing, and probably they read the program, and politicians are not doing that. And I was working on a project in which you could see, check the sensitivity of citizens versus local policies. So this would help them make a decision. So do you think that the use of data and artificial intelligence can help us have political systems that are more participatory and to relieve tension in the political sector? Yes, I was telling you about the algorithms that register our preferences and our interests, and then they process that in an aggregated matter. This is a minimalist idea of democracy. because it only covers one part. Democracy is a system of self-governance as a society, and our starting point is, well, we have different interests. I want this, you want this, so how can we negotiate? Algorithms can identify that quite well because we are not too transparent for ourselves. We know ourselves less than we think. I'm going to conduct another poll. The level of environmental demand of everyone here should be quite high, and the level of environmental behavior is slightly lower. I am sure that in our behavior we are less environmentalists than in our statements, so we don't know ourselves well. So machines in general identify what we really want and our real interests. Okay, but there is another key political moment. Let's negotiate that with others. And negotiation is not just automated aggregation. It can be more sophisticated, by virtue of which I for the deliberation theory of democracy. You enter into discussion contexts in which your preferences and your interests are not too fixed. They can be modified. And secondly, and I think that for this moment, machines are not too useful. And thirdly, when I state my preferences and interests, we have to anticipate the type of final society we wish for, and this anticipation is not done by a machine. So I think this distinction of the different levels is very important when we think about how to introduce algorithm mechanisms at any given time. So, as I said at the beginning, things are not just black and white. Either machines rule or humans rule. We are watched or we are unknown. I think we have to create an ecosystem between humans and machines that should be adapted to each kind of decision making. For both of you, what is, well, you have been talking about regulation, especially you have talked about the EU regulation, the General Data Protection Act, and you know there is a new draft of regulation of the EU regulation on the basis of the system risk. So what do you think about the implementation of artificial intelligence in health and medicine, because this might entail some risks for the people, with the privacy of people? What do you think about the future in this field? Because it's not easy to regulate in this sector. Well, just like in every aspect that is quite powerful, there are pros and cons. And the stronger it is, the higher the pros and cons. And this is my personal experience. I'm not speaking as a specialist. I'm just speaking as a daughter, and after seeing my family and the people I love as a human being. So I personally believe that it has more advantages than disadvantages or than risks. So this is what I'd like to think, and this is what I think. Yes, there are risks, but I think that the, the potential is to have more pros. And I personally give up my privacy and just to make them solve my health problems or problems of my family. And I think that there are advantages in two senses. The first advantage, I believe, And I think that if you do things well, it can be huge. Tailored medicine, so, or customized medicine, this is fantastic. And secondly, prevention. Maybe there is infection prevention, there are tools already to prevent, but prevention even since you are born, so the risk factors you need to be careful about, that would be fantastic. I have a disease and I wish I had been told at birth, well, you need to have vitamin D levels high, etc. So I think this is something that could have been done, and even though it has many risks, and in Europe we are very sensitive to privacy and its rate and to risks, but I think that the benefits are higher. And there's another example, and it happened in the pandemic. I am very controversial, but this is what I think. In Europe, for example, do you remember when the first wave started in South Korea? They installed a tracing system of the people, and you knew who you were with. You had COVID, you would appear, so you could see a red line in a neighborhood, and they disinfected that neighborhood. And the first wave did not affect them too much. Well, versus their privacy, but less people died. And in Europe, we tried to do that, and all the countries did their COVID tracer, and Europeans would say, no, I don't want the government to know where I am. Google and Facebook, well, that's okay, but not the government. And it didn't work, of course, and in Europe we had bigger consequences. So when the most powerful tool can have more pros and cons, and I think it has more pros. In A Coruña, in my school, we had a few cases of students, but some of them were detected by using that, yes. Anything to add? Well, I think that these expressions of technological humanism, technology focused on humans, are unquestionable, and I think we should all agree. But I think that, well, philosophers like to bother, so there is like a superficial version of that. There has to be humans in the loop, or maybe not. There are loops that, well, if there are many humans there, you cannot go in there. The main goal should be how not to renounce to any of the benefits of digitization, and at the same time we cannot renounce our sovereignty with regard to those devices. But there are some vicious, and I'm speaking about journalism, not about the world of experts. I am speaking about technological humanism. The more people that know a car, the better. And there is like a kind of bias against technology, which I reject, because I think that this leads to big mistakes. Technology is the solution. It is an important part of solution. And we consider that as a problem, as a risk, and the world technology is scary at first. They're here, I'm going to lose my job, I will be dehumanized, but why don't we consider that in the opposite way? And I always give an example so people can understand me in class. Well, I'm old, so I have had different cars in my life, and with the cars I buy, I have less and less sovereignty. And well, at my age, I bought a state-of-the-art car, but it is very tyrannic. I can tyrannical. I cannot turn left if he doesn't want to. I can not take a nap. So I am being dehumanized. So technology excludes me more and more from the loop. They want to go back to a car in which moving the wheel was exactly like moving an old wheel, and you had to sweat a lot in the summer to be able to park. This is an easy example, and there are many other examples that, well, Lutz has talked about the health sector. So I think that the dialogue between technology and social science, and I'm talking against me and my colleagues in my guild, we have to learn much more from the lessons we want to give. So a philosopher, a sociologist might come here and he tells you what you can do or what you cannot do. Sometimes they don't understand the rationale behind. So I think those who theoretically are in charge of humanizing something that is as perverse as technology, we should take more time to study how it works, because there's a big issue here of technology in general, financial technology and artificial intelligence. Technicians know this sector better than regulators. So we always speak about regulation, and we have a problem of cognitive asymmetry. How can you regulate something you don't know? And a great banker from this country, and I'm not going to say who, told me we are saying some products that I don't understand. And I remember where he told me, I will not give more leads. So down here there are some kids, some freaks, he said, that really know how this works. So this asymmetry, this gap is very deep. That is why if we want to talk about cybersecurity, who can we hire for to manage the security of your company? A hacker. So we need to be in the hands of hackers. That is the big paradox, to protect the system. So if you go to Basil, I remember once I had a conversation with somebody I met in London. He worked for the Basil agreements, in the global financing agreements, and I was quite curious, what are you doing there? And so he explained that to me, and I understood that, well, you are in a space of negotiation, and those who really know about technology are not interested to be regulated, or just a slight interest, and those who are willing to regulate have no idea what they have to regulate. So there is a kind of dialogue there. Those that want to be regulated realize that the public resource of legitimacy is good for them, and those who are interested in regulating, well, it's good for them to be explained what things are like. And I think that this happens in every technology. And I think that this is a gap in which, well, in Europe we're about to bridge that gap to compensate for that, but it's going to be with us for a long time. It is also connected with the speed of technology that was mentioned before. And now I'm going to speak about parliaments. Parliaments legislate about the past. Some technicians have arrived there and they have done something, and then it's been regulated in the parliament and the commission, and sometimes the havoc has already been caused or something else has emerged. We're almost at the end of the road. Just a couple of quick questions. During the pandemic, we've seen that health is a good measurement of our well-being, also a measurement of the transit to the new economy. We've also heard how important it is to invest in research, to take care of the professionals and the system. I think that we have not taken care of the professionals, the systems. So we are about to arrive to Santiago and getting the Compostela certification. So what would you beg to the apostle? Well, it is true that during the pandemic, many groups of people have worked beyond their possibilities. But I think that something happened. It is not that we are stronger or anything. I think that something has happened in society. Society now is more aware of scientific progress, not of the scientific progress of the creation of vaccines. This was already clear in the whole process, but the scientific process of running into something that is unknown and just to start seeing what happens. Oh, it is transmitted through the DNA, blah, blah, blah. So how knowledge is slowly conquered on the basis of something that is initially unknown. And I think that living this as a community made us understand science better, research better. So after the pandemic, no one has complained about our test because people are aware of how difficult it is to reach a percentage. I think there has been a change in the mindset. And I think this is what we've learned. The people that are not researchers have learned this. So now this is over, and now we have automated learning, so we need to predict well for next time. Because when the pandemic started, some research groups said, well, this is going to happen, and no one paid attention to that. So this has happened. As a society, we've learned how to value the scientific process, so this process of discovery, and we know it is really difficult. You're like a blind person, and then you get there, and now we are aware of that. So now we have to predict well and to use our tools well. This is what I would ask from the apostle. You have used the metaphor of the Camino. It has been the metaphor of this seminar, and I'd like to say that I live on the verge of the Camino. I can see the pilgrims walk by, and I can even tell you when somebody undesirable is going to arrive here. I can tell you because I can see them, and I live in a small village of Navarra, and there is a big sign when you get there that it says Santiago de Compostela 760 kilometers. So here I feel at home. So I would ask for concepts, understanding. We need more science, more politics, press, but we need to understand the world. If we don't understand the world, we cannot act upon it. And I think that we understand it just a little. Our knowledge is really insufficient. More knowledge. We need more knowledge. For the past months, we've been focused on a very applied set under the pressure of the vaccines. And well, okay, it's been fantastic, but we need to understand. We need new concepts that are adjusted to the complexity of contemporary society, and it is not easy. We cannot say, well, I already understand what happens. Well, no one understands that. We don't know how people behave, how we behave with in such a strict shutdown. We don't know what happened in the families, whether we should bring children to school or not, and whether this is constitutional or not. Apparently, it was not constitutional. So we have such a huge amount of ignorance ahead, and I'm going to make to advertise my book. I'm going to publish a book that is called The Society of Knowledge, or of Lack of Knowledge rather, and so please write down the name and you can order it now. And my thesis is that we are facing a a scenario in which the progress of knowledge is going to be ridiculous as compared to the progress of lack of knowledge. And we will have to make human decisions with incomplete information, and data will help us, technology will help us, but there's a big gap between the little we know and what we should know to tackle these with balance, with justice, with democracy, to be able to face the challenges ahead. It will still be huge, and we'll have to be more competent, and this is not happening. What do we do with our ignorance? What do you do with your ignorance? This is unsurmountable. And also the ignorance that you don't know, the ignorance that you don't know about. And well, I think that it has been great to have you here. We have some time for Q&A.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias por la sesión y me encanta que...
Thank you very much for this session, and I love you finish with this support to basic research and knowledge. And I think this is going to be really important. And you have talked about limits as well and about control, and I think this is very important. And for example, you've talked about customized medicine. I'm going to give you an example. Today we can sequence our DNA, we can identify risk factors, we can sequence our cancers, we can intervene and correct genetic diseases with therapy, for example. But there is something else there. We can also intervene because we can choose. Conceptually speaking, we can choose if our children can have colors of a specific color. So when we try to define these limits in terms of the potential research of artificial intelligence, who should define or limit or control the ethical implications? Scientists, experts? So what do you think about this set of aspects that should impact the administrations and the decision makers? Because there is huge potential, but there are also many ethical implications. I think that Daniel will know about this better, but the feeling I have is that finally the market will regulate that. This is what we are witnessing. It is really sad, but some people will be willing to pay for to have children with blue eyes. It is the feeling I have, but I'm sure that Danielle will know how to answer this. I don't know, I can even bring about more confusion. Pretending I know. So if I had to use one word, we should say, well, let's decide that democratically. We've made many decisions, and well, we are doing quite well, democratically speaking. So what is the meaning of that? Well, with the intervention of many different players, values, plans, interests in a conflicting decision. That is how we have made decisions what to do with health or with many other things, how to regulate the market. And obviously those decisions are made in contexts of deep asymmetry. This is what Lutz just said, the market. Well, yes, it is very powerful, there are economic interests, etc., but there are also success stories. Very often mechanism that or rather the market has been a mechanism that has been well regulated, identifying the demands and the interests, and you have used the word experts. And so watch out, because experts, which experts? Because during the pandemic, it seemed that we had to kneel down in front of the epidemiologists and virologists, and it was reasonable. But we soon realized it was a mistake because there was another problem. Do you remember this figure of the circus clown that is juggling with 17 dishes and with some sticks. Well, society is like that. You have to school boys and girls. Economy cannot be stopped. We are polluting too much. There's a virus that is spreading out. I have to communicate with the people. People protest. So if I lock people down, maybe some women will have to be living with the men that are battering them. So the solution is don't let those issues fall. So you have to tackle many variables. I do not kneel down in front of Fernando Simon. I want to hear his opinion. I think he's highly qualified, and it's important to have experts there. By the way, in terms of political decision making, what kind of experts do we pay attention the most? Because during the lockdown, I heard this idea from a therapist, from a psychiatrist, and he said, watch out with psychiatry, because this is huge to lock people down, and for many people it was great. I have a big house, and Santiago is very far away. This is great, but for many people this was terrible. So in the end, you have to make a democratic decision. And another interesting thing that happened is, well, sciences have been quite important. Biology, they have generated health, but the toughest discussions were between the human and social sciences. Can we force people to vaccinate? Can we let people inside a restaurant, the terraces, the outdoor tables? Well, this is a debate of humanity, of course. So all the legal part, the constitutional part, the state of emergency. So as a society, we will get it right in what I call a complex democracy if we get everyone involved, if all the viewpoints are taken care of. And of course it's a mess, it's conflicting, but this is more reasonable than just having one person making a decision with just one dish, and he says, well, this is not constitutional, or, well, I am Fernando Simon and I'm going to decide. Well, you play a key role, but this is my proposal. Well, first of all, I'm really glad to listen to you and to think and imagine and dream. Sometimes you dream, sometimes you have nightmares. But Daniel, I'd like to say that I don't know if Siri is going to vote, but there are some venture capital funds in Hong Kong that have appointed algorithms as members of the board. I guess that's cheaper than paying a human, and I don't know how that has been achieved, but I will research into that. And you were talking about knowledge, concepts, understanding the world, and you also talked about the difference between causality and correlation. And causality in a world based on a lower abundance of data allowed us to understand, and with a statistical sample we could infer the reasons behind, and that was a way to make progress in knowledge. And now we have an abundance of data, and the main supermarket chain, Walmart, know that they sell more on Thursdays. They don't know why, but they can make more business on Thursdays. So sometimes we miss the explanations, but in those sectors. But when we're speaking about health or other vital issues, how can we compensate for that? Should we stop doing those correlations, because I think there is an antagonism between knowledge and efficiency, maybe. Well, the correlation is a concept, and therefore it says something about reality. On Thursdays, they sell more turkey. So what we need to understand is that it is not a causality. We cannot tell one thing for another, but we cannot handle complexity without correlation. Whenever we do not take that for causality, we still live in a world of causality and correlation at the same time. So this would be my answer. And as regards the board, the other day I read that near Tokyo they were preparing a robot and he would run for mayor of the town. This is just an anecdote, but let's see how this is materialized. And I think this is not too bad because it is already happening. Algorithmic systems are many places. They are already making many decisions. The thing is, just to continue with the metaphor of the dishes, how can this be compatible with other criteria and values? But I don't want to contrast that. A contrast between humans and versus machines as two entities that are desperately competing for a scarcity of goods. No, if we do things well, machines will be happy and we will be even happier. Okay, then, so a final question. Hello, congratulations, because I loved your talk. And my question is about technology and computing. It can create unequal worlds because it creates functional, illiterate, and this is happening especially with elderly people. And it is a system that changes very fast, and some people have not entered into that world initially when they went to school, and I am sure our children in the future will not have that problem. But right now, the fact of using this technology in Spain has brought about a very unequal world. Some people are totally unaware of all of this that is getting to us. So how can we build a more friendly technological world? Whenever I hear about how friendly a software is, well, I don't agree with that. I don't know who made that software. Sometimes they don't think about the mindset people would use. So the software designers should also be in contact with people so they know whether the software can be used or not. So this was just a comment. Also, as regards dyslexia, it is also very important. If it is a software that will be used by the people, we have to tell how our brain works when we face a software, when we use a credit card, when we manage a computer. I'm sorry, but time's up. I think now we're going to listen to your final thoughts. I think that we've already dealt with that, and we have talked about multidisciplinary teams, and both of them said that we need to have many dishes in the air. I think that this is a good metaphor, and we have to handle that. We've also talked about how technology has opened up new doors, and I've always seen it that way. It's not just the world of sciences and another world of humanities. The world is not divided. We need to go ahead together if we want to have a future as the future we've talked about here. I think this is the final summary, very brief. I'm sorry because we didn't have time. So this is an insight for all of you. Thank you very much. It's been a luxury to share this time with all of you and with Daniel and Luz. Thank you.
Nuns 20 minutos dará comer.
In 20 minutes, the talk about reimagining health and welfare will start. If you don't have a ticket, you can get a ticket at the desk. So could you please leave the room, because we're going to manage the space before the last talk. So we hope you will continue to enjoy Carta de Santiago.
Hola, hola. Hola, hola. Quique, escoitasme por aí, por Glasgow? Podemos facer unha seña, se me escoitas?
Hola, hola, probando, sí, hola, hola.
Quique, escoitadesme aí?
Te escuchamos, sí.
Vale, ok. Vale, abro vos sala, vale, vamos
Me
coitar.
escuchas a mí, Polleiro?
Sí, abro vos sala, o sea, vale. Estamos esperando pola ponente de aquí que vai ao baño. Tan pronto veña xa facemos unha proba.
Vale, si quieres ir hablando tú ahora con... Bueno, esperamos por ella, ¿quieres? O si quieres hablar, le pongo el micro ya
Sí.
A la ponente, Sí, se lo coloco, vale.
Sí,
okay.
coloca yo, tan pronto veña xa que fa que interactúen entre elas. Voy a mirar. Entón, levas aislante dentro tamén. Sí, normalmente só faz falta... Vale. Podía usar de peana xa. Que poñes en vertical. Sabes o que te digo? Vale, o micro está colocado, non? Por lo que vexo.
Yo es que menos mal que pongo siempre este color. Hay un, ¿cómo se llama? Un reto. O sea, tarda un ratito, ¿no? En la imagen.
Un segundo más o menos de delay.
¿Cómo lo llamáis vosotros a eso? ¿Cómo lo llamáis a eso cuando hay un...? Oh, en inglés lo llamáis.
Vale. Espera un segundo que no te escucha. Te abro ahora el micro. Necesito pasar. No, ahora.
Ah, no queda mal. Ostras, la pierna con el... con los pantalonines apretados de lena.
Vale, Quique, aquí xa temos micro aberto, vale, tamén. Podesme confirmar que recibides aí?
Sí, sí le oigo. ¿Usted me oye a mí?
¿Perdón? Hola María, ¿me escuchas?
Hola.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Sí, te escucho perfectamente, hola.
Perfecto.
Bajo,
Me junto. ¿Así? ¿Así? ¿Así mejor? ¿Así mejor? Sí. Sí, sí. Sí, sí.
Al tener algo blanco, si le subimos aquí va a molestar un poco. Vamos a colocar, el pantalón se ve perfecto, tiene más azul que...
¿Me hiciste una foto con esto detrás? Porque esto no va a pasar todos los días, ¿eh?
Así es.
¿Puedo hacer una foto también?
Me dijiste que me ibas a tratar de tú, ¿qué pasó?
Sí, vale.
Benvidas á conversa Reimaxinando a saúde e o benestar. Recibimos no escenario a...
Let's welcome Maria Neira and Africa Gonzalez. Hello, how are you? We are at the end of the way, and the end could not be better than what we've got, because we have Maria Neira on hologram, which looks like Star Wars. My name is Africa Gonzalez. I'm a professor of immunology at the University of Vigo and a member of the Royal Academy of Pharmacists. But what matters today is actually to listen to somebody who has been talking to all of us during the pandemic. She's a well-respected expert, and it's a pleasure that she's Spanish. She comes from La Felguera in Asturias. She studied surgery and medicine in Oviedo, and she has a master's degree in public health from the Pierre and Marie Curie University of Paris. She's specialized in endocrinology and metabolic diseases in Paris. She began her career in endocrinology and nutrition at the Necker and St. Louis hospitals in Paris, and she got an international diploma on emergency crisis management. She has been to El Salvador and Honduras as medical coordinator of Doctors Without Borders. She has worked for the UN and Rwanda and Mozambique. In 1999, she began working as a director of the Control Department for the Eradication of Infectious Diseases of the WHO. For 3 years, she was the president of the Spanish Agency of Food Safety and vice president of the Department of Consumer Health Issues, and she's currently the director of the WHO Public Health and Environment Department. Good afternoon, Maria. We would love you to be here in presence, in physical format, but actually watching your hologram is quite nice. It's like having you here. Thank you for accepting our invitation. We know that you are in Glasgow at the convention, so thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. There is a slight delay in the voice, so let's try and speak slowly between question and answer. I cannot forget so many awards that you have received, like the medal to the National Merit from France. You were the Asturian Person of the Month and Prince of Asturias International Award to the WHO together with Margaret Chan in 2019. She has also received the Woman Prize in 2015, and she was she was appointed one of the most influential women on climate policy, and her work in health, climate, and environmental protection has been recognized. With that long resume, the first thing I'd like to ask you is to know, you studied medicine, and initially you chose a specialty dedicated to working with patients, exploring patients, and after you work in Doctors Without Borders, you decided to change your orientation and focus more on health, global health management. So what led you to change directions? Hello, Africa. Thank you again for the invitation. I'm sorry that I cannot be there with all of you. It would be a lot nicer, at least for me, to be in Santiago. However, good afternoon from Glasgow. You know that there's a very important convention on climate change, so we need to be here protecting health. In my resume, Africa, that you have just presented, there is a detail I'd like to share with you. It is true I come from Asturias. My mom is from Asturias. I grew up in Asturias, but my dad is Galician. He's from Ourense. And of course, it's an honor for me to say that I am half Galician. So I'm very pleased to be with all of you in Galicia. So what led me to change course from the decision to be an endocrinologist to decide something else? I was actually very happy to have picked endocrinology as my specialty, working in Paris. I meant to stay in Paris. But then I changed my mind. I started working on the field and everything began almost by chance. But I was looking for something different. I traveled to Latin America with Doctors Without Borders, and from then on, when you begin to witness public health and what it means and the impact that you can make when you go beyond the clinical setting, my life was turned upside down from every point of view, personal, professional, etc. And I'm so thankful that it was like this, because actually I have been privileged in the type of career I can pursue, and I think that I hope I can make a positive impact on public health in places where there is a lot to be done. That's it, Africa. With regard to health, the concept of One Health, it's something that we are talking about. The concept of global health and welfare. So what is global health or One Health? What are they talking about? I think that intuitively we all refer to One Health. Maybe we don't call it that way. Maybe we place it in a more scientific context, but any of us who works in the fields of medicine or health in general, we are all executing the One Health system. So what does have an impact in our health? The environment, our ecosystem, our biodiversity has a great influence on our health than animal health, because we still eat many animals, we live together with pets, so all those zoonotic illnesses are around us, and they also play a part in that triangle. So the One Health concept has to do with environmental, human, and animal health. It's a triangle that is very powerful. Some have tried to take it apart, but it's actually impossible, because it's obvious that our health, human health, depends a great deal on the quality of the air we breathe, the quality of the food we take, the house, the dwelling, how we protect ourselves, and of course the water that we drink. So we cannot take those elements apart. It's not possible to tell where one begins and the other one ends. It's totally impossible. We are completely interlinked, and there is a continuity that doesn't stop. We have cut it, unfortunately. That's why we are here. You worked or you did research in cholera, the importance of water for disease transmission. We all need water of quality and in great amount, and climate change is leading or pushing the desertification of many areas. It's making it very difficult to live in particular dry areas. So how can we approach the issue of water for the future? So how can we tackle that problem in the mid to long run? This is one of the pillars of our health, water. It's one of the most basic pillars: access to drinking water, and also access to drainage. Washing hands is one of the most basic health pillars ever if you want to protect health. If you see, for instance, migrants being displaced or refugees being displaced, the first thing you need to consider is how are you going to obtain pure water, how we make sure it is not contaminated, and how we keep feces separate from drinking water. We have made a lot of progress in access to drinking water, but there's still a lot to do. There is almost 1/3 of the world population who has no access to 100% safe water according to the WHO standards. This is absurd. Now that we are talking about reimagining a healthier and greener society, I think this is a structural failure that has to be solved. We have made considerable progress in access to drinking water. However, with global warming, I mean, people talk about climate crisis, but actually we are talking about a global warming process. And because of the warming, access to water is going to become much more difficult. I have spoken with people in African countries who are not experts in climate change or in specific issues related to that, but they understand that the place where they lived before could be used for growing crops, and now it's just not possible to grow any vegetables there. Some people even say that water is going to be the main reason for the upcoming conflicts in some particular geographical areas, and it's actually happening right now. It's the source. Water is the source of many conflicts because people need to guarantee access to water. Also, we can observe who is purchasing the plots of land that have drinking water. There is also a lot of geopolitics involved in order to understand the importance of water for survival. And I mean, every government is aware of that. Water is necessary, and climate change is leading all of us in the wrong direction. And this is going to be one of the first consequences of water and how it's going to be endangered by global warming. So that's why we have a lot to do, and we need to push the policymakers to speak truthfully here in Glasgow. So instead of making propaganda, governments should meet their promises. Apart from water, we have the problem of food, the problem of infectious diseases. We are in a global world, in a very interconnected world with regard to tourism, traveling, market trade, and there are also many inhabitants on Earth. So what can we do so as to guarantee a more sustainable future with regard to health? I love the question, Africa, because it's exactly what we are fighting for and the reason we are here in Glasgow. And the reason why in the middle of the pandemic we already made a manifesto about the green healthy recovery. And we even used a very medical language. We talked about the prescriptions for a green healthy recovery. And the first prescription has to do with something that anybody who lives in the countryside can perceive. People who are in contact with nature, they can probably perceive it and understand it. It's not very sophisticated. We should stop fighting with nature. We should stop using nature as our garbage tip. We pollute everything we touch, it seems. It's like we didn't realize that we live on the ecosystems, we live on nature. Everything that we need to survive comes from nature. It's not that we have to save the planet, it's that we live on the planet. We are the planet. We need the earth. We need literally everything that we need comes from the earth. The food, the water, the air that we breathe. So at the same time, we need shelter. in the planet. So it's like a process of self-destruction. We are destroying what we need to nourish ourselves. So I think it's not very clever. So this is the first prescription. Stop fighting with nature, because it's an absurd fight with the environment. We throw everything away. We discard tons and millions of tons of plastic into the ocean. Where is it going to end? In our guts, because we eat fish. We pollute the air with terrible emissions. Where are those gases going to end? In our lungs. And of course water, what can we say? The rivers in some countries in the world, when you look at the rivers, they are so full of pollutants. There is feces, all types of waste, trash, junk, the electronic junk that we are making every day. And it also ends in our brain. Those heavy metals that are found in the electronic junk finish in our brain. So we can talk about that later. The second prescription, correcting the failures that we still make. For instance, a great part of the human population still has no access to water, drainage or power. We cannot tolerate that. We will never be safe if the basic human living conditions are not guaranteed. This is going to work as a protective shield for all of us. You cannot think, I don't care what's going on in Africa because I live in Europe, because we're all in the same ship. And then energy sources. We have a very big discussion right now about that. If we continue to use fossil fuels, extremely contaminant energy sources that force you to burn things to make a combustion. When there is combustion, there is smoke. And this is what people have to understand. The result of burning things flies into the air, and then you breathe the air, and it goes into your lungs. When we talk about energy transition, it's a matter of health. Maybe people feel it's a distant utopia, but if you breathe toxic stuff, in the end you get sick. I don't want to breathe toxic air. I want to breathe clean air. I'm not going to talk about the Swiss Alps fresh air, but at least air that is clean enough for my health. The fourth prescription, the food systems, the food production chain has to improve in order to be more sustainable, less polluting, less aggressive, and less absurd. We are exchanging food from one corner of the world to the other, between continents, when we can produce them next door. We are using pesticides, fertilizers, and the most frustrating thing is that we make a lot of food, and 1/3 of all the food that is produced is actually thrown away. And then you have to manage all that waste. How are we going to organize cities? Will we remain, will cars be the first-class citizens and humans the second-class citizens, or is it going to be the other way around, and cars will be second? And next, a political issue. Let's not use public funds in order to subsidize fossil fuels that are going to attack our health. These are very basic prescriptions, and I think health has a lot to say at the COP, because the recommendations that we are putting forward in order to fight climate change are also good for public health. They are completely aligned with public health. So this is our fight, and I hope this reimagining the future is sufficient to realize that it was right before our eyes. Actually, policymakers are think in the short run. However, we should take into account the younger generations who are also entitled to live in a welfare society. So what about education, the education of young people? Sometimes it seems that young people are actually teaching us who are older. So what do you think about training, the schooling system with regard to health and welfare? It's essential. Education and training are essential. Children, the younger children, are better trained than we are. I think children are the ones who tell their parents, do not throw that into the dustbin, put it in the recycling bin. So they are much more aware of the problem, and they are teaching lessons to their parents about it. During the last couple of days, everything came to a halt, because on Friday, it was Fridays for the Future. Greta has been here with a lot of young followers, and they were all worried. There is something called eco-anxiety. They're worried, they are anxious and also angry. Yesterday, during the Climate Change and Health Conference, there were representatives from young associations, and you can hear that when they are speaking up, they sound really angry. They are irritated, or even worse, with the way things are being done, with the negotiations, with the slow pace of negotiations. And they just cannot understand why, if they make such big statements from all the heads of state who come and declare this is the worst catastrophe for humankind, but at the same time, they make big statements, but they don't do anything. This is the 26th COP round of negotiations. So something is not working, and that I understand that they feel angry and irritated. And now with regard to education, I'd like to think of universities too. Africa, I don't know about you, but when I studied medicine, nobody talked about environmental health, about the importance of climate change, or the importance of focusing not just on healing, but if you're treating an asthmatic child, you need to know what is the best treatment, the adverse effects, etc. But you also need to understand why the child is developing asthma. And after treating them, if you send them back to their home or to their street, and it's one of the most polluted neighborhoods in the city, and they're going to be exposed again to very high levels of contamination, obviously the doctors, apart from being specialists in treatment, they must be ready to speak up for those children and say there is a very high level of contamination in this city and something has to be done. So this is also a problem of health, and we should demand solutions for that problem. Treatment is just the last step. Once a person is sick, you need to treat them, but you should prevent the disease. You should act before disease happens. So I think medicine schools should add in the curriculum at least a notion of environmental health, because environmental factors actually stand for 25% of morbidities. 25%. So we cannot just accept it and continue and develop better and better treatments. Something else needs to be done. We need to understand the reasons why the disease is increasing, and of course air pollution is something that we should act upon and advocate for cleaner air, talking about the health system. I really agree with what you say. When people talk about health and welfare, we have been talking about the topic of health. And what about welfare, the concept of welfare? People have spoken about welfare linked to consumption, wealth, what we have. So consumerism, capitalism. However, welfare should include other notions such as balance, freedom, security, progress. And there are countries which are, moving at different speeds. So when we talk about welfare, What do we really mean, and what can we do to make the world more equal? I think it's a social network, a social protection network. It's not just the lack of disease, which is what doctors often worry about. It's the promotion and protection of health, physical and mental health. And when we talk about welfare, we need to consider the social interaction that is going to contribute to our mental health. We cannot afford to have a society where there is complete isolation of some people or social isolation of the elderly, and cities do not provide people with opportunities because they are very aggressive in the sense that there is too much traffic. You can hardly interact with people. Cities should recover green areas, which is also part of welfare. It should be possible to have social interactions to protect your mental health. You must have a decrease in the risk factors that will make you prone to disease, and at the same time you need a network of social protection. Of course, universal health care has proven to be very useful, one of the best protections that we've got. The anxiety of thinking that if you get sick you will have to pay for it if you don't have medical insurance or if you don't have universal health care. The anxiety, the stress of what social services are available if you fall sick. If you're an elderly person, you need to feel you're going to be accompanied. A person with disorders who requires specialized treatment, they are entitled to have that treatment at home or at hospital. So welfare is also about fighting obesity, and it's not an individual thing. It's having easy access to healthy food which is not going to cost dearly, because access to organic food, for instance, in the cities should be protected. Having accessible public transport which is not very expensive and that meets our mobility needs. So welfare is much more than just avoiding illness, and it's about creating a society which can afford welfare. Universal health care, universal health coverage, having a good social protection network with public services available, social interaction, interconnection among people, and understanding the type of growth that is desirable for the society and which factors are going to have an impact on the demographics. For instance, a city with lots of children needs different kinds of services like parks, but if the city has more elderly population, they also need a different type of services to keep them connected and to avoid isolation. Our society had managed to get rid of isolation, but now it's coming back. And if we want to be healthy, we should be able to afford it, and we should be able to walk rather than use a car, and get healthy food easily, and that should be affordable. Let's talk about medicine and the medicine of the future. People are talking about customized medicine. The fact that patients are much more aware of their disorders. The fact that they can, for instance, control their glycemic level, cholesterol, etc. There is a shared decision-making process, telemedicine and telediagnostic techniques, so that people can diagnose themselves early. So we see it from the point of view of developed countries, but you have the experience from the WHO. You have a more global vision. about developing countries. So what about the medicine of the future? Where are we headed? Can technology help us make an early diagnosis of disease in different countries? What do you make about the medicine of the future? Yeah, well, you have spoken about the digitization of medicine, and we are making a lot of progress, and not just in developed countries. Digital medicine can also help us, and is actually working in developing countries which are not as wealthy as we are. Digital medicine can help those remote peripheral health centers which have no access to specialties, for instance. We are trying to reinforce digital medicine because it can, it can help us in peripheral areas which have no ready access to hospitals. So customized medicine is another thing. The fact that each of us has access to specialized information about your own health. You're an immunologist, and some people, well, you probably know it better, but people want to get specific information about their disease profile. Well, this is progress also, but first we need to solve the global public health issues. For instance, I'm going to give you a different perspective. Delhi in India has some very wealthy population who has access to customized medicine, which is very sophisticated. However, that same person has to breathe the polluted air of Delhi that millions of people are breathing. So we have come to witness an absurd scenario. There are bars in Delhi where rather than a cocktail, you have oxygen, clean oxygen that you can breathe. So this is really absurd. So you go, because you're wealthy, but you live in Delhi, you go to an oxygen bar and you're there inhaling oxygen for a while. I wish I could go there. It must be fun. So maybe we are making a lot of progress in specific areas, but we need to solve the big issues like pollution. The progress for medicine in the future is having sustainable cities that are not polluted, that do not burn fossil fuels to make energy, where waste management is well made and it's smart, with a green circular economy for health. This is going to be one of the best solutions for health, because chronic illness, I mean, we are going to have non-transmittable diseases like diabetes, obviously. If we continue in a kind of society where we are very sedentary, obviously this diabetes is going to get worse, and other chronic illnesses. So we have to change the whole social model, and I think this is going to be the greatest progress we can make in medicine, and the one that's going to yield the best results. I would like now to change the topic, and we would like to know a bit better what the WHO is, what it is used for, how is it financed, because I think we hear a lot about the WHO, but we still do not know very well what the WHO is doing. There have been some critical voices during the pandemic about their actions, whether they reacted too late, whether they were financed mainly by China. So I would like to have a WHO person explaining to us the job that the WHO does, and how to explain whether the critical voices are correct or not.
Yes, I think that I know this organization well, and I really love it. So maybe I'm going to be biased in the vision I give of the WHO. But I am somebody that loves public health and believes in public health. So I had to love the WHO. The WHO is a great idea. It is global health. It is the way countries are going to face health issues in a coordinated, globalized, and a strategic manner with a collective vision. So let's not kill that idea, because this idea is crucial. And if the WHO were not established, as it did over 80 years ago, I think it would be very visionary to reestablish it again. So everything, well, I mean, there's room for improvement, and I think the WHO is always improving permanently. So what are the roles of the WHO? I think that it is fundamental that the WHO is formed by 194 countries. It is not an organization that works autonomously. These are the members of the WHO. So the WHO will be as good as the countries want it to be. Sometimes I say that we have the WHO we deserve. If we want to, and I think we should want that, if we want to improve global health, if we want to have an institution that deals with global health, I think that its mission is wonderful. Let's do whatever the countries want it to be. So how does the Secretariat work? Well, there are some resolutions that are approved by the member states, but basically the WHO is funded by the countries. The countries have the obligation, those 194 countries, have to pay a fee to the WHO according to their wealth. So it is obvious Burkina Faso cannot pay the same as the US or Russia or Spain. But all the countries have a fee, and we are also funded an extra budget that comes from foundations that are quite rigorous. We cannot get funds from private companies or companies that might be connected with tobacco or arms. We cannot get funding from private persons like other institutions. So there are many legal mechanisms that really control the way we get our funds, and the parameters are quite strict. And the real power of the WHO, and it's a power that we have to use it very well, is the power of convening. So if I need to do something about air pollution, according to the scientific evidence, and if I can set up a working group with the best world experts, wherever they might be, universities or in a specific country, all of them will react positively. We do not pain anyone. This is amazing. And we have the best of the best minds of the world. And obviously those working groups are set up with very strict criteria, very systematic about how to do the reviews. Everything is science-based. But if you use this power of convening well, it is a really valuable and powerful tool. And in terms of what our world represents, it is one of the least exposed to pollution or influences. Actually, we set up many barriers to prevent that. Currently, our most important donor is Germany, for example, right now, and this might change tomorrow, but currently, I don't know if you know that, but we have the same budget, and we also always use that as a comparison as the cantonal hospital of Geneva. So we have exactly the same budget as the cantonal hospital of Geneva, and we have headquarters all over the world, 6 regional offices, and we cover all the global health. So I think that I feel passion for this institution. I still believe it is a wonderful idea, and obviously it is something that always has to be strengthened. It is still very cost efficient, and the motivations of everyone working there are very noble. At least we all join the institution with great vocation, and we try to be very noble in our service. However, Maria, as it is shocking to see that the funding is quite scarce. I think that the WHO should have a supranational, should play a supranational role. It should be more strong, more power, and also to be able to make decisions above the decisions of the governments individually. So do you think that this is what the WHO should be like? A supranational structure of all the countries? And for example, in a situation, and now we will deal with the pandemic, they should have been the leaders. Just to give you an example, the purchasing of vaccines for all the countries. Well, I think that the role of the WHO should be strengthened, and it should have this ability sometimes in situations, this ability to react supranationally. So my personal opinion is yes. Not every day, of course. Each government, each country has to be sovereign in their decisions, but in some issues that would have repercussion in international public health, we should have this capacity to go beyond our recommendations or just recommendations or guidelines or standards. For example, a very stupid example that you might not know, in the world there's still paint that includes lead, and for years we've known that the lead in paint has to be removed because it has a detrimental impact in our health, especially the health of children, and this is going to affect their intellectual development. We still have a group of countries that have lead in paint. When I go to the conventions on chemicals managed by the UN institution for the environment, I admit that I feel really frustrated. I have to be there listening, and then there is a discussion, and then this is something is only approved if there is consensus, or a country will not approve a resolution for political reasons. So I feel frustrated. I think that the WHO should say, well, you can make a proposal, but lead will have to be removed from paint because there is a supranational institution that says that this is a health risk and there are no benefits in that. Maybe if there was an obligation to keep it in paint for some other reason, okay, but well, of course I have to participate in those meetings where people still discuss about asbestos, and for poorly called political reasons it is not approved because there's no consensus. So I think we should play a role there. We should vote at the end and say, okay, we have a priority vote, and we say no, we remove the presence of asbestos in these substances or the presence of lead in paint. We had to eliminate it from gasoline, but it took us some years. So in some questions in which health should prevail, and when there are other considerations, because the presence of lead in paint does not give us any advantages. So I think we should play a more important role there, or in the commercialization of certain substances that are going to be used internationally. I think that yes, we should go beyond that. The only treaty we have with legal implications is the tobacco treaty, and even though people smoke, but well, we have succeeded in getting this treaty, and things have changed a lot. If we had been here 20 years back, we all of us would be smoking. Even I've never smoked, but today we cannot do that anymore. But we used to smoke in the airplanes. all remember that. So I think that the WHO should have more power, and for the sake of health, we should make progress in some aspects. So now we're going to speak about the pandemic. A virus has arrived, and initially we saw it very far away with the data from China. I was watching TV and I remember that in 11 days they built a hospital for 1,000 people, and we thought this was happening very far away. And the WHO has been criticized because you gave this alert, this warning too late, and this was known some months before. So this warning happened too late. You did not recommend closing the borders. So we are going to speak about the pandemic from the point of view of the WHO. Do you think there were mistakes? Do you think that you did your best with the knowledge you had at that time? And I'd also like to say that the WHO was developing a protocol of action for pandemics, and they had been working on it for a number of years. And I don't know if the countries have used that or not. So what do you think with respect to the pandemic? I think we should start for the beginning. First of all, there is something that we call international health regulation, and we should all know what that is. One of the few treaties we have at the WHO with a legal character is the tobacco one, but we also have this international regulation. It is not a mechanism that gives us a legal power of implementation, but each country commits itself to comply with that. So it is important to review this regulation. All the countries participate in that, and it establishes the way you inform about certain risks that might pose an alert for the international health. In that sense, the statement of maximum alert of the WHO is that one, the declaration of a global emergency of public health. This is a poor translation from English. I think that in Spanish you say something else, but this is the maximum alert. So this siren was revealed on the 31st of January. People still speak about March because then they changed the name to pandemic because it happened all around the world. But on the 31st of January, when that maximum alert was declared, I think that outside China there were 2 or 3 deaths, if I'm not wrong, less than 10, the deaths on the 31st of January. So I honestly believe, and the committee of experts of the International Health Regulation, that once again you have to read the rules, because in that international regulation the general director convened those experts and they met, and they on the 20th of January they decided that no, apparently this won't have international repercussions, and we met again 1 week later, and then we decided this was the case, and this happened on the 31st of January. So we followed the rules and procedures of the International Health Regulation. Do we have to change it? Well, I think maybe now we have to review that. Maybe the countries should say, well, you have to alert before. We have to be aware of defining the criteria, because the WHO cannot give warnings every once in a while. This can have an impact on the response. If you give a warning and you use the maximum level, you have to follow a pre-established criterion, and this was complied with. Everyone saw those pictures and footage of China, and I guess we should have been more aware of what could happen. With regard to that agreement that you mentioned, planning and preparation for pandemics with international effect, each country should have their own training system for their experts and their healthcare system. They should have a system of capacity, the logistics that are necessary, the medicines, everything that is needed, and they should have a level of preparedness for a pandemic. And we don't know what that is going to be like, but they should have that. And there are some meetings, some regular contacts that do occur, and each country updates its national plan of preparedness and reaction to pandemics. And as of the 31st of January, each country began to develop their national plan of preparedness and response to pandemics with the results we all know. The supply was very difficult because of the magnitude and dimension of the pandemic. In some countries there was lack of preparedness. In some others there was an excess of preparedness and accumulation of consumer goods that were needed in other countries. So those first weeks, well, the magnitude and the dimension of what happened, I think that on many occasions was overwhelming, and it impacted what came next. So these are two factors, but the mechanism is still necessary. We have to review it, we have to update it, and so there's some buzz about a treaty on pandemics globally, so we need to follow that up. And if you work in this sector, you have to make contributions through your governments, because this treaty on pandemic is going to be the master plan for the next pandemic, and we hope there won't be any, but there are possibilities to have another pandemic, so we have to follow that up, and with a lot of scrutiny. And so when a national plan is signed, the experts that work on that should be sure that this is what is needed. And you were talking about new pandemics, Maria. In the 20th century, we had 5 pandemics. In the 21st century, we've had 5 epidemics: SARS-CoV-1, SARS-CoV-2, the bird flu, H1N1, and I'm sure we will have new pandemics, and virologists say that usually it will be a virus. It could be the flu virus or a coronavirus. Maybe we should be better prepared for future pandemics. This treaty you were talking about, I think it's necessary to make an assessment and an analysis of what went wrong, what we could improve. And I think there's still some lack of knowledge about what is best. Some countries closed their borders from the beginning, and they did not vaccinate much, and now when they open up their borders, they have found many cases. Some others made the decision to reduce the measures. So it's really difficult, because in population terms they are different countries, and also the way to tackle the pandemic. So my question with respect to future pandemics, and also with respect to research, we know that these will be new viruses. We should work on basic research, especially in zoonosis, in the reservoirs of those viruses, and studying potential mutations of those viruses for the future to be better prepared, right? So how can the WHO contribute to that, to be better prepared for those future viruses or pathogens that might impact us? Well, there are three key things. One of them is the Treaty on Pandemics, of preparedness and response to pandemics. That includes everything: the logistic, the training, the exchange, epidemiological surveillance, systems of contact, measurements that can be implemented. Well, there are some lessons learned there, but I think that something specific will emerge from that, the treaty on pandemics, how to react. But as you were saying, it is not just a matter of reaction. We don't only need a great team of firefighters with all the equipment, the best fire trucks, with water. We should also find out why this fire was started in the first place. We need to study these emerging viruses and why did this virus overcome the protection barrier so easily. So we need to do primary prevention, afforestation, the matter of the reservoirs, like you said. Who are those virologists who are working, and the type of research we can demand from them? So what are the main questions about viruses? We have seen we have incredible virologists internationally, and some of them are conducting research that has been in the shadow for many years, and now we should have like some capacity, and I think that the WHO can play its supranational role there. So what are the questions for which we need answers? What are those reservoirs? How those various of protection between the animal health and the human health were broken. So that strategy of One Health will answer those questions, especially in terms of interaction, human health, animal health, and together with the environmental side, because we should never forget that it is not only transmission human to animal, but also what are the conditions of environmental stress that cause that transmission. We've all heard about the bats, and they are incredible reservoirs. Some virologists have been studying bats for all their lives. So this is the type of research we need today. We need to prioritize those research matters, and the international community should be able to work in a more coordinated manner with the proper resources, and they should get out of the shadow and precariousness. Many of those scientists that didn't have funds or resources to study these issues, and as a society we should be able to understand the causes, but not only the immediate causes, but also distal causes, and to draw a common strategy, not only as firefighters, but also for fire prevention, and to generate a society that will not start fires so easily, and to reduce our vulnerability. We will never reach zero vulnerability, but we will have to establish the conditions to reduce this risk as much as possible. We were talking about research, and sometimes people say, well, we are lucky because in a year we have got a very powerful vaccine, and the RNA vaccine. Dr. Caroline Carito has been working on that for over 30 years, studying the potential of RNA for vaccines. And many times people don't know what is behind research. And this is basic research, which consists of increasing your knowledge, and thanks to the knowledge of Kathleen Caricoi in collaboration with Dr. Drew Wisman in the US, they succeeded in getting an RNA vaccine that was not toxic and which had a great capacity of protection. I think that no one thought we could have such efficient vaccines in such a short period of time. So as regards this field of research, you have talked about researching into the natural reservoirs, and some people were saying, okay, maybe we should just kill the bats, and they are fundamental for the environmental system. They kill many mosquitoes, they are great pollinizers. Probably we wouldn't have bananas without bats. We should also say that they are part of the ecosystem, and we cannot just say, well, let's remove something from the equation, because the whole equation would be altered. So apart from looking for viruses in the reservoirs in terms of research, how could we coordinate that research, multidisciplinary groups, experts, and I think that no one is an expert in a pandemic or in a new virus. So there are no experts. There are people that know about other things. But do you think that the future will consist of multidisciplinary groups in research, or should be more atomized, smaller groups, good groups, but without any connection with each other? Well, Africa, I totally agree. This was the case exactly, and I think that one of the lessons we learned, even when you propose a more proper strategy for the treaty on pandemics or One Health, this is fundamental. Science is fundamental, but science, as you described it, sometimes I feel sad because people say, well, that vaccine cannot be good because it was only developed in 1 year. And these people have devoted their lives to work on it. You have said 30 years, but there are many years of research behind. Many people did their PhD dissertation with a grant of only $1,000 in precarious situations, and thanks to them, we are here today. And one of the most important things, at least at the WHO, in our proposals, were the multidisciplinary groups, the working groups, and they have given an incredible response. When we had to do clinical essays, all the hospitals we called had a fast response, and the results were also very fast. This was not thanks to technology. It was because of the human dimension. They wanted to contribute, they wanted to publish, they wanted to be recognized, but as specialists, they wanted to contribute to this, regardless of how visible this could make me. And this was really positive. This was amazing. And this is the future. Multidisciplinary groups. I don't know if you know CERN. Well, probably you do. This center of particle acceleration near Geneva, and this is how it started, as a network and with the best world experts working that way. And I think that in science, in research connected with public health, I think that this is our future and this is our chance. Multidisciplinary networks, when we began to propose the measures of prevention for the virus transmission, I had to direct the ventilation roadmap, the roadmap for the measures of recommendation about ventilation. And the group we set up, well, there was everything, but for doctors. Well, the doctors were there, of course, but people who worked in health, but actually there were models, mathematical models for particle transmission, different specialists, wonderful things, and of course city planners, environmentalists, mathematicians. But it was great because this was really multidisciplinary. I think that there were all sorts of disciplines, and usually these people don't talk to each other, but it is wonderful. A physicist would say, no, in the particle transmission you have to correct this or that, you're not taking this into consideration. So it was impressive, very satisfactory. We do it often, but usually the disciplines are have a longest tradition of cooperation. This time we had engineers, ventilation specialists in transmission dynamics. It was really interesting, and this is the future of science, to exchange knowledge. We are about to finish, but I'd like to speak about the role of dissemination, communication, and thank you for the role you had to disseminate and to transmit serenity and calm. You were one of the voices that appeared on TVs during the pandemic, and so could you highlight this relevance of approaching society and inform about what is happening in a trustworthy and honest and truthful way. Because I think there was an after and a before and an after in this pandemic, because now society has met people behind some institutions, like in your case, and I think that we needed expert voices, so to speak about the pandemic. So I'd like to ask you, should we have a plan in the sense of informing and explaining better what institutions do, what scientists do? Maybe we should explain more what we do. What do you think about dissemination and communication to train society in the future? A society that should be more critical, more trained, and with a better knowledge of the different fields.
I think that in public health, we talk about risk assessment, risk management, and risk communication. So we have the three legs, the three stages. And I believe that in the pandemic, this was like a master's degree in communication for many scientists. And that was not their thing at the beginning. However, we had to master communication. And for some of us, we've had considerable exposure to the media, and we had to learn. But the art of public health, it's identifying a risk. We know, for instance, that arsenic is one of the worst poisons, but if it's not a risk to public health because people are not going to eat it, then you have to share it too. It was very difficult. It was very, very costly to many, and it consumed a lot of energy and responsibility. I think many people from the WHO had to play the role of communicator, and even outside the WHO, virologists, immunologists who were not used to speaking in public. And this was fundamental. You need to express yourself, give your opinion, or rather than giving an opinion, expressing facts within the context. Because sometimes a piece of information can be absolutely accurate, but you need to place it in the right context. Because otherwise you may unnecessarily worry or scare the population. So it's a very difficult role, that of communicating science, and I think in the last couple of years, by force, we have been forced to learn how to communicate, and we have learned lessons. And yes, the dissemination of science is fundamental, and it will also attract a lot of people to science. I always say, for instance, when people catch a plane, I mean in the past, when we all flew, after each movement regarding public health is the WHO. For instance, the insect killer that is spread on planes flying to malaria areas, the recommendations regarding distance between people, the WHO is responsible for all those. Also, when you apply the sunscreen, the labels, the recommendations come from the WHO, but usually we remain in the shadows, which is where we should be. Or when you eat a food, the fact that the additives have a particular amount is based on the WHO recommendations, but we usually remain in the shadows behind the curtain. But now we've had a lot of exposure, and communication is essential for people, and we also have to be competent, skilled at communication. It was really a luxury listening to you. I don't know if you would like to finish by adding something. We have exceeded the time allotted, but it was actually a great pleasure to listen to you. It was a pleasure, and I think it was a very good end of the way. So thank you very much, Maria. Thanks to all the audience and the attendees, the remote attendees too. I hope the COP in Glasgow is going well, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Rogamos non abandonen o salón.
Please remain seated. We're shortly going to do the closing ceremony of the Charter of Santiago Forum. We are arriving to the closing ceremony of Carta de Santiago, a unique meeting point that brought us all together to Santiago de Compostela. Marisol Soengas is going to take the floor first, representing the organizing committee responsible for the agenda. Once again, congratulations to all those involved in the preparation of the committee. Next, we'll hear the words of Guillermo Vergara, Vice President of the Foundation Paideia Galiza, co-organizers together with the City of Culture Foundation and the Regional Government of Galicia. Thank you very much for having you as partners in the project. And finally, on behalf of the Regional Government of Galicia, the Regional Minister Roman Rodriguez of Universities and Education is going to take the floor, and I would like to thank them too for their presence. Apart from that, as Managing Director of the City of Culture Foundation, I'd like to thank all the speakers for attending the forum. Undoubtedly, the Ciudad de la Cultura of Galicia is the best place for bringing together this kind of discussion forum. My thanks also to the attendees, both remote attendees and physical ones. I'm sure that we will go back home with some new ideas, some new approaches, and plenty of questions. Our capacity to ask new questions is what is going to lead us to explore, to discover, what is going to lead us to make progress. Without further ado, I'll give the floor to Marisol Schoengas. Good afternoon. I'm going to start. Well, they told me to speak for a couple of minutes, representing the co-creation committee of this Carta de Santiago. So I will start by clapping for all those who have been working behind the curtain, because it has been perfect. Really, it's been impeccable. So from the Xunta de Galicia, the Paideia Foundation, it's not just all of the experts who have come here, also the great detail. I mean, all of the work behind the curtains, which is a lot, many months of work, so thank you very much. How can I summarize for 3 minutes what we have been talking about in the last 3 days? When I was looking at the logo that we have, which is about connecting the dots, we can see a few connections, but actually what we have got is a constellation of interactions. We have been talking about multidisciplinarity, and this is actually what we take home. A better future has to be built with all of us. I also liked how we started with Pino, and he said we must keep on dreaming so as to build. And I think that is a key, dreaming, imagining. This has been true for all of the presentations, and I think this is so important. We need to keep on dreaming, at the same time being realistic. In the first stage, actually the first stage ended just like the last one, communication. We started with communication, journalism, the media, but also the importance that scientists and the general public have the responsibility to make society understand challenges better, also politicians and administrations. We have been hearing about climate change and this wonderful ending that we have just had with Maria Neira. Climate change is here, and the challenge that is entailing for interaction in cities, for instance. We need to feed the cities. We need to bring water to the cities, but also to the rural areas. And in Galicia, we've got plenty of both. Then we have the blue economy, this fantastic talk, and by Gunther Pauli. Also the social responsibility concept, which is something that is related to us individually, but also collectively. Social responsibility, I mean, when we have a lot of ideas, a lot of grand ideas, she said, try and be useful in the daily lives of people. So how can we be useful? And this is also the framework for the whole co-creation committee. We were told our remit was to be useful, how to be useful. And then people have spoken about the fact that 40% of jobs are going to be impacted by technological progress. And this is also a challenge for us. You know that everything is perfectly threaded together, because these challenges were also taken to education and training from universities, but we also had like the best elementary school teachers, because this is the beginning. We have to make an impact from the beginning, from school. And they spoke about having good references at schools, also women, which is such an important topic, having positive female roles to inspire children to improve their skills. I have so many notes from the different sessions, from the 7th and 8th stages about science. I hope you understand that technology provides so many possibilities. So when they ask me what's going to happen in 5 years' time, I have no idea, but we must keep on dreaming. However, we also have challenges related to AI. Challenges refer to how to monitor or how to control the issues that are going to surface regarding genetic enhancement, etc. But it's clear that the advantages that we've got ahead of us are greater than the problems. And finally, about Maria Neira. She spoke about One Health, but in the end she said, I am right now at COP26. This is the 26th meeting of the COP. So what can we do to change? And she said something which is impressive. She said, let's stop using nature as our garbage tip. Let's integrate technology and science into the world to make it better. So just to close, this is the first way. Roads are for walking, so I hope that something practical is going to become from this meeting, and I hope this is just the first way that we walk together with this spirit of multidisciplinarity. So thank you very much to all the attendees, to all those behind the curtains and in the foreground. It's difficult to summarize after speaking after Marisol. It's very lucky to work with Marisol, and it is proven that it was successful. I would like to skip the protocol, dear Minister, because she's right. I know the workers are suppliers, they are working, they are not doing it for pro bono, but they have done so much with the accreditations, the interpretation, the streaming, the press, the catering. So many suppliers who are here making it possible. Uh, Please allow me, even if it doesn't sound so good, apologies, but please allow me to congratulate the Paideia team. I think they deserve it because the health situation of Galicia made it possible to improvise new formats, new spaces, and it was done very quickly because of improvement of the situation. So it was amazing. Thanks to Sega, there are colleagues who are right now in Glasgow with Maria at a hotel. So I guess that from now on you need to get the passport, the travel passport, not just the COVID passport, because I think you guys will have to fly around Europe soon. And now you can all have a glass of something because you really deserve it. So please show your appreciation to the technicians. I have taken notes. I'm a pilgrim here. I have done the way many times as a pilgrim. I've been attending also as a pilgrim. I'm not a journalist, so I just took some notes. There were 8 stages, and so I have written down like 12 headlines. I could have written down hundreds of headlines, but I have taken 12 only, which are not maybe the most important. So the first one was that uh, deception versus reality, like Maria said. So avoiding fake news. The digital technology has democratized art. And another one that I like very much, the forests of the sea, which is one of the lungs of the planet, nature expressed in figures for Monica with your beauty. Nature expressed in numbers falls apart like a bunch of poppies. We must apply surgical measures to cities dealing with architecture. Josephine said the responsibility for solutions should derive from policies and not so much from technology. The responsibility. Adela said only 8% of the materials that we use are being reintegrated in the system. They also said the mountains of value, which was a metaphor with the Galician hills, let's make them hills so that they last longer. We live in a world with inequalities, just like Cesar said, great inequalities. There are countries where there's less than 5% of people who got their vaccines. As Senen said, you do not automate occupations, you automate tasks. A society cannot be managed if you don't know it, if you don't know the data. And Maria said something else. Probably water is going to be the cause of many conflicts and governments can avoid it. Another one. The society is now, not the future. Just a few headlines as to draw some conclusions, because we've listened to so many recommendations, but we should also give value to the listening of the audience, the kind and attentive audience, and once again, the future is transformed by collective action. Collective. Somebody said that cooperation makes us better. This is true. This is something that has been done. This is collective. It's for all. We have done things wrong, but we have also done things well. At the start, also repeated by the president changing is not a possibility, it's a need. And so, Roman, we have the framework, the forum. Now we have to generate the instrument, which is the Santiago Charter that we're going to publish. And now there's time for action, contributing to the qualitative leap so as to make a better, more reflective, more fair, and more sustainable society. Thank you.
Bueno, son as 3.
It's almost 3 o'clock, so the best thing that I can do, I think, is to thank everybody and let's all go home. I think that's what we are all wanting to do, given that it's Sunday after a very intense weekend. But actually, I'd like to highlight a few ideas that were mentioned and which actually establish the spirit of the Charter of Santiago and the development of the work that has been carried out. The way is done by walking, as somebody said. So in order to walk the way, you need to know where you're headed, otherwise you would be running in circles. So in order to reach your destination, an idyllic destination, you were talking about idyllic, utopic spaces, societies, you need a guide, you need a roadmap, because otherwise you would get lost without a roadmap in each step that you take, and you would ignore the global horizon that we all need, the cooperation that we all need to get to the destination. And with this idea of having a compass or a roadmap, we want to produce the Charter of Santiago at 3 o'clock. We are closing one of the stages, but we need to continue our walk. And the next stage is going to do something difficult, which is a synthesis of everything that has been said here. This is going to be very hard because we have listened to people from different fields, from different careers, fields of expertise, different visions, but all of them share something. I don't see the person who said something about the 17 plates that a juggler could play with. We need to juggle those 17 plates in order to make a menu that is going to be reflected on a charter, so that we have a compass, a reference that can help the people or the associations or the administrations responsible for making policies. Decisions are always difficult. There is good and there is bad about them. We have the pandemic, for instance. In that case, the decisions made were impeccable, but they have consequences on public health, but also on the rest of the social organization. So in order to make progress, we must have a reference, a guideline, a vision. And this Charter of Santiago, I don't know if pompously or not, has this ambition, becoming a beacon, a guideline, a compilation of the views of high-profile thinkers and professionals, so as to disseminate to society as a whole the course, the direction. Obviously, society can decide to take that course or not. Maybe what we have talking about with the criteria of sustainability, social progress, cooperation, maybe this will not be accepted in the future, or maybe not. But our responsibility right now is to set the course, to mark the line, the finish line. And this is what we have done. And in order to reach the next stage along the way, we have to thank people. in this stage, very high-profile participants have been here, over 40 professionals and intellectuals who shared their knowledge with us, their desire to improve things. Although as society we have made a great deal of progress in many fields, it's also true that there's still a lot to be done, and we have to do it well so as not to make mistakes. So these 40 professionals have contributed with their views, with their thinking, with their prestige to this charter. Another idea has been, another important contribution has been the co-creation committee with relevant people such as Marisol Schoengas, but behind her so many other people have established a cooperative discussion to carry the project forward, which is not easy. Because when you choose somebody, you are taking an action with positive or negative consequences. So when you have to choose somebody, you have to leave outside somebody else. That's unavoidable. So having chosen so well was a hard job, and that's why they deserve recognition for it. Also thanks to the Paideia Foundation. We could not have found a better partner to bring forward such a difficult project, such a unique and unprecedented project. We had not done it before, but as usual, in the end, there was a lot of common ground, and we managed to give shape to this project, which really was worth it. And that is how we have reached the last stage with very good acceptance by the audience. And the most important is the audience, as I said, those who are physically present here and those who are following remotely via streaming. We have some very good figures from the streaming, and we must acknowledge that all of this is very well, but it was very well. It's finished. We have reached the end. We have made our part, but now we must continue walking, and the next stage will be to bring together all this flow of knowledge, synthesize the whole knowledge, and put together this compass for the future, which is going to be called Carta de Santiago, Charter of Santiago. So it's a bit of a contradiction, because there is a contradiction in itself. The more expert we are in a field, the more specialized we are, so the more we know about a small subject, but sometimes we lack the global vision. So the Santiago Charter, comprising people from different specialty fields, wants to be a global framework, going from the specialized subject to the general vision. Because it's true that all of the problems that will happen in the future will require a multidisciplinary approach to solve them, but at the same time we require a very high degree of speciality. And this is the job that we have to do once we have reached this stage, and with our compass we need to keep on walking towards our goal, which is serving society as the public administration and providing references that will make us all better. It's 3:05, and I'm sure you have earned your lunch, especially because of all the hard work you have put together in the last few days, and good way. Thank you.